Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The Midnight Visitor. I never told anyone why I really left my job as a night shift nurse at Pine Grove Nursing Home. They all assumed it was the stress, the long hours, the emotional toll of watching patients decline. I let them think that. It's easier than explaining what really happened during my last night there. Easier than trying to convince them that what I saw was real. But now I have to tell someone, because last night at exactly 3:17 a.m., my phone rang. The caller ID showed Pine Grove Nursing Home, and when I answered, I heard the soft, steady beep of a cardiac monitor, followed by the voice I've been trying to forget for the past 6 months. Nurse Anderson, I'm ready for my medicine now. Mrs. Eleanor Webb. Room 217. Deceased as of April 15th, 2024, at 3:17 a.m. I should start at the beginning. It was supposed to be a normal night shift. They're all normal until they're not. I'd been working at Pine Grove for 3 years, long enough to know every creaky floorboard, every flickering fluorescent light, every patient's particular habits and needs. Night shifts in a nursing home have their own rhythm. Medication rounds, hourly checks, the quiet moments in between when the building seems to breathe with the collective inhales and exhales of its sleeping residents. Mrs. Webb had been with us for nearly a decade, a sweet woman, always lucid despite her advanced age, with a sharp wit and sharper memory. She loved to tell stories about her years as a high school English teacher, about the thousands of students whose lives she'd touched. She never had children of her own, she'd tell me during our late-night talks. But she had all those students, all those young minds she'd shaped. That night, her last night, started like any other. I made my rounds at midnight, checking vitals, administering medications. Mrs. Webb was awake when I entered her room, sitting up in bed with her reading glasses perched on her nose, a weathered copy of The Turn of the Screw open on her lap. "Just getting to the good part," she said, smiling up at me. "Have you ever read it, dear?" I told her I hadn't. "Oh, you should. It's all about the things we see when we're alone in the dark. The things that might be real or might be in our minds. Sometimes there's not much difference between the two, is there?" I nodded politely, checked her vitals, all normal, and gave her her evening medications. Before I left, she called me back. "Nurse Anderson, would you mind bringing me my red cardigan? The one in the closet? It gets so cold in here sometimes." I opened her closet door. There was no red cardigan. "Mrs. Webb, I don't see..." But she was already asleep, the book fallen closed on her chest, her glasses slightly askew. I did my 1 a.m. rounds, my 2 a.m. rounds, everything normal. The building settled into its nighttime quiet, broken only by the occasional cough or creak of an adjusting bed. At 3:15 a.m., Mrs. Webb's call button lit up. I wasn't worried at first. She often woke in the night needing water or help to the bathroom. But when I entered her room, something felt wrong. The air was dense, heavy with an electrical charge like just before a storm. And it was cold. So cold, I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Mrs. Webb was sitting up in bed again, but something was different. Her posture was too straight, too rigid. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap, but her fingers were moving, not fidgeting, but writing. writing invisible words on her thighs over and over. "Mrs. Webb, did you need something?" She turned her head toward me, but her eyes weren't right. They were completely black, like empty holes in her face. "I need my cardigan," she said, but her voice wasn't right either. It echoed, as if multiple voices were speaking in almost perfect unison. "The red one. They're all waiting." "Who's waiting, Mrs. Webb?" Her fingers kept writing, faster now. I could hear her nails scratching against the fabric of her nightgown. "My students," she said. "All my students. The ones who never left." She smiled then, and her teeth were wrong too. Too many of them. Too sharp. "Would you like to meet them, Nurse Anderson? They're just there, in the closet, with my red cardigan." I looked at the closet door. It was open now, though I hadn't opened it. Inside was absolute darkness, a darkness that seemed to pulse and breathe. And something was coming out of that darkness. Many somethings. Young faces, twisted and wrong. Hands reaching, grasping. Mouths opening to reveal too many teeth, just like Mrs. Webb's. "My students," Mrs. Webb said, her voice now a chorus of dozens, hundreds of voices. "The ones who never left, the ones I kept, the ones I taught my final lesson." The shadows were taking shape now, forming into figures in old-fashioned school uniforms, their faces a horrible mixture of youth and ancient evil. They moved like smoke but left wet footprints on the floor. "You see, Nurse Anderson, some lessons can only be taught in the dark. Some knowledge can only be passed on in death. And now—" Her head turned toward me, rotating too far, until she was looking at me over her own shoulder. "Now it's time for your lesson." The cardiac monitor started to beep frantically. The shadows surged forward. I ran. I don't remember much after that. The official report says I was found in the parking lot at 3:45 a.m., incoherent and hyperventilating. They told me Mrs. Webb had passed peacefully in her sleep. Natural causes, nothing unusual, but I know what I saw. And now, 6 months later, my phone is ringing again. 3:17 a.m., Pine Grove Nursing Home. This time there's a text message too. "Found my red cardigan, dear. Won't you come see? The students miss you. We have so much to teach you." Attached is a photo, a closet door standing open. Inside, hanging on a hook, is a red cardigan. It's dripping something dark onto the floor. And in the darkness behind it, I can see faces. Young faces. Smiling faces. Waiting faces. My phone rings again. "Nurse Anderson? I'm ready for my medicine now. We're all ready. Won't you come back to room 217? The lesson is about to begin." I should block the number. I should throw my phone away. I should run. But I can't stop staring at the photo, at the cardigan, at the faces in the dark, because I've just noticed something that makes my blood run cold. In the reflection of the closet mirror, I can see myself, standing there, wearing a nurse's uniform. But it's not my face anymore. I'm smiling with too many teeth, and my eyes are completely black. The lesson has already begun, and I think I'm starting to understand what Mrs. Webb meant about the things we see in the dark, about how sometimes there's not much difference between what's real and what's in our minds. Because now I can hear them too, the voices of her students, whispering, teaching, calling, and I'm learning. Oh God, I'm learning. Won't you come learn with me? Room 217 is waiting. We're all waiting. And we have so much to teach. Hunger. As a doctor, I'm bound by doctor-patient privilege to not disclose the specifics of what I'm about to tell you, but as a human being I feel compelled to share. This is, without a doubt, the most horrific story I've ever had the displeasure of being a part of. It was 2009, and my schedule that day was light. I was just finishing up my lunch when I got a call from a friend and colleague who had his own practice in the same building as me. Sometimes we would send work each other's way when we knew the other could use it. I was a bit elated at the prospect of him calling me because I had just been going over my books and stressing a bit. "Are you busy right now? I'd like to send someone up to you," he said. "No, my afternoon is barren. What are the details?" "It's a walk-in. From the look of it, an eating disorder. Her mother is concerned." Eating disorder. Those can be unpleasant. I'd actually had a bulimic throw-up in my office once when I stepped out momentarily to check my calendar. Still, I needed the work. "All right, send her up." I tried to tidy up my desk to make my office look more presentable and professional while I waited. 10 minutes ticked by and no patient showed up, so I stepped out to go looking for her. When I got to the hall, there was a small contingent of people standing around the elevator. They were talking amongst themselves. "What's going on?" I asked. "The elevator's broke," someone said. "Shit, I bet she's on there," I thought. "What floor is it stuck on?" "The 10th and 11th. "Yeah, that would be about right." My colleague's office was on the 10th, 3 floors down. I knew from experience that it could be anywhere up to an hour before they got the elevator working again. I hoped she wasn't claustrophobic. Returning to my office, I called downstairs. "What's up?" my colleague asked after picking up. "She's stuck in the elevator." He laughed. "Really? Poor thing. What's her name?" "Amelia." He paused. "Amelia D. something." "All right, thanks. If you got any impressions on her from your brief visit, maybe you can share them later, over drinks." "Sure, Don't tell me. I want to form my own opinion first." "Okay." True to form, an hour and 10 minutes later, I heard a loud cheer from the hallway, indicating the elevator had started working again. I should go make sure she's all right, I thought to myself, and went out to join the throng of people standing around in the hallway. There were a lot more people by then, and I couldn't make my way to the elevator doors or even see them from where I was, but I could hear it when the elevator dinged, indicating it was stopping on our floor, and the rolling mechanical sound of the doors opening. There was a loud gasp from the crowd of people, followed by a lot of jabbering. "Holy shit!" someone said quite loudly. People started hustling away from the elevator, shoving past me. I struggled against the tide and made my way to where a number of people were standing around, staring into the elevator cab. As I approached, I could smell this stench. It was like stumbling into the apartment of a recluse who hadn't come out or bathed for years. It rolled like a wave out of the elevator and cascaded over everyone in the hallway. A young man in a business suit who looked dressed for an interview was covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. I skirted around him to see into the elevator. The woman in the elevator was not at all what I was expecting. Massively obese, she looked like she weighed somewhere around 500-600 lbs. Her face was so puffed up, her eyes were barely visible, just 2 dark dots above her cheeks. She had frizzed-out brown hair that still had curlers in it. The notion that I was smelling a recluse seemed all the more plausible at the sight of her. Her mouth was covered with what looked like greasy barbecue sauce. There was even some sort of gristle at the corners of her lips. There was more of it all over her hands and wiped down the front of her shirt. It looked like she had come straight from an all-you-can-eat rib buffet. Clenched tightly in one of her hands was a big black trash bag that sagged full of something that seemed to slosh around inside it. The smell coming out of it was nauseating. The woman stepped out of the elevator, her eyes and nose runny with tears and mucus. I stepped forward while everyone else backed away, horrified. "Amelia?" I asked her. She looked at me through her beady little piggy eyes, her cheeks covered with that vile, red gunk and streaking with tears, and opened her mouth. For about 3 seconds, I had the horrible notion that she was going to vomit an entire barbecue on me. I was hungry, she stuttered with a thick southern accent. The young man in the suit heaved involuntarily at the smell of her breath, and then strode away, trying to maintain his demeanor. "That's okay," I said, reaching out to help her. "Do you want to talk about it in my office?" Seeing me reach out to her, she clenched her black trash bag tightly and hugged it to her chest. The contents of it made a sickening squish sound. I could taste my own lunch in the back of my throat. "Is that yours?" I asked. "I'm not going to take it." She started sobbing. This horrible, almost hob-like squeal of a sob. Honestly, I didn't want to touch her. I wanted to go back into my office, lock the door, and pretend I was glad my afternoon was completely empty. The smell wafting off her and off that bag of spoils was going to be permeating every crevice of my office for days. I just knew it. Still, this was a human being that had come seeking my help, and I was not about to turn her away. "My office is right down the hall. Why don't you come with me?" I started walking. In my head, I said, "If she doesn't come with me, fine then. She can go back to her apartment that's probably filled with roaches and feces and who knows what other ungodly things, and I'll find someone else to help." But she followed me, lumbering on legs that stretched the limits of the sweatpants she had on. I held the door open for her and she waddled in, kneading the contents of that trash bag in her thick sausage fingers, making it belch and splurch. She stopped and just stood there in the middle of my office. "The elevator got stuck," she mumbled. "Yes, I'm sorry about that. I hope you were all right. Thank goodness you brought something to eat. Yes?" She started crying again, squeezing her trash bag, and I was afraid it was going to explode and leave God knows what all over my office floor. She nodded as her face turned red and tears poured out of seemingly every pore of her head. I went and got her a box of tissues and handed her a couple. She tried to take them while still holding onto the bag with both hands. "Would you like me to hold that?" I offered, praying she'd say no. She shook her head. "What do you have in there?" I finally decided to ask. She huffed and snorted, trying to inhale all the fluid back into her face. Using one of the tissues, she mopped her eyes and mouth, getting blotchy red smears all over the place. "Leela left. Leftovers," she stuttered. Then her chest started heaving, and she threw her head back and started bawling again. Her face was like a fountain. She was so utterly miserable, and I really started to feel bad for her. "Look," I said. Getting stuck in that elevator was obviously pretty traumatic. Her wailing hit a crescendo. "So why don't we postpone things until you've calmed down a bit?" She struggled through her sobbing. You want to meet with me?" "Well, yes, but not today. Why don't you go home and try to relax? I don't think you're in the right frame of mind right now to talk, but I want to help you. So let's schedule an appointment for later this week. How does that sound?" I walked back to my desk and got out one of my cards. Her mouth was quivering and she looked ready to collapse into a pile of screaming phlegm, but she was calming down a bit, just nodding more than anything, and she took my card with the same sticky fingers holding several drippy tissues. Thank you," she said quietly. I couldn't read her face at all. Her features were so red and swollen and wet that she seemed almost blank and expressionless. "Do you want me to escort you down to the lobby?" I asked. "In case something happens with the elevator again? It should be all right, but I don't want you to be nervous." She shook her head. "That don't seem like a good idea." "Okay." And with that, she turned around and waddled out of my office, slowly, sobbing slightly every now and then. With her went that sloshy black trash bag, and with them both went that putrid aroma of filth and squalor. I literally breathed a sigh of relief as I heard the door click shut. She never called me back. It was a week later that I finally got around to having drinks with my colleague from downstairs. We were relaxing, having a couple beers, and I suddenly remembered her. "Oh, thanks, by the way," I said. "For what?" "For Amelia." "Who?" "Amelia. Eating disorder? Last week you sent her up to me, remember?" "Oh, right." He sipped his beer. "The one who got stuck in the elevator. How did that go?" "She was a wreck," I said. "Sobbing and practically hysterical. I talked her into rescheduling, but she hasn't called me to make an appointment." "Did you talk to her mother?" "No, I didn't get any information from her. I gave her my card." "What did you think?" he asked. "Classic food dependency," I said. "Definitely a binge eater. Her face was just all—" "No, not the mother. I mean, Amelia." "What?" "What did you think of Amelia?" he said again. "I'm telling you what I thought." "Amelia, the scrawny 12-year-old girl you think is a binge eater?" "What? No, that's not—" And then it hit me. Was her mother with her? "Yeah, I sent them both up to you." "They were in the elevator together?" He looked at me, and the same dawning realization came over his own face. Needless to say, she never rescheduled Amelia D. something. Nor did her mother, the nameless, obese woman I met that day at the elevator, smelling like death, covered in gore and carrying her trash bag of sloshing leftovers. The passenger. I can still hear the rain pounding against the windshield, like 1,000 desperate fingers tapping to be let in. That night, the sky was a bruise, swollen and blackened, and the roads glistened like they were made of obsidian. I hadn't planned to be out so late, but plans have a way of unraveling when you least expect it. I was driving back from a work meeting that had run longer than it should have, and the weather had taken a turn for the apocalyptic. The radio crackled intermittently, the storm's interference punctuating the static like ghostly whispers. I kept my focus on the winding road, the beams of my headlights slicing through the torrent, when I saw her. She was standing by the side of the road, a pale silhouette against the darkness, drenched and shivering. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the rain, a trick of the headlights. But as I drew closer, her form sharpened. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, wearing a dress that clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered to her face. She looked fragile, like something that could be swept away by the storm at any moment. I hesitated. Picking up strangers wasn't something I'd ever done, but there was something about her that tugged at my conscience. She didn't flag me down, didn't even turn to acknowledge the car. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. Before I fully realized what I was doing, I slowed down and rolled down the passenger window. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the hammering rain. She turned then, slowly, and her eyes met mine. They were dark, unfathomably so, and for a moment I felt like I was staring into an abyss. She nodded, her movements stiff, and walked to the passenger side. I unlocked the door, and she slid in without a word. The first thing I noticed was the smell, not unpleasant but earthy, like wet leaves and damp soil. She was soaked, water pooling on the seat beneath her. I handed her an old sweatshirt from the back seat, but she didn't take it. Instead, she pointed straight ahead, her finger trembling slightly. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to sound calm, though my heart was thudding in my chest. She didn't respond, just kept pointing. Her silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to shock or fear. Maybe she'd been caught in the storm, abandoned, or worse. I didn't press her. We drove in silence, the car's interior filled with the sound of rain and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Occasionally, I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, water dripping from her hair onto the seat. There was something off about her, not just her silence, but the way she seemed detached, like she wasn't entirely there. After what felt like an eternity, she lifted her hand and pointed again. We were approaching a turnoff, a narrow gravel path that led into the woods. My stomach tightened. "Here?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the path. I turned, the car's tires crunching over the gravel, and followed the road as it wound deeper into the trees. The headlights illuminated twisted branches and the occasional glint of water from puddles, but nothing else. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cemetery. It came into view suddenly, the wrought iron gates looming like the entrance to some forgotten realm. I pulled to a stop just outside, the car's beams casting long, eerie shadows over the headstones. Turning to my passenger, I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. The seat was empty. I stared, uncomprehending, at the damp indentation where she'd been sitting. Water still pooled on the seat, and the faint scent of earth lingered in the air, but she was gone. My first thought was that she'd somehow slipped out of the car without me noticing, but that made no sense. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard a sound. I looked out into the rain, half expecting to see her figure moving among the graves, but there was nothing. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking through my jacket. I called out into the night, my voice trembling, but the only response was the wind and the patter of rain on stone. As I approached the gates, something caught my eye. A headstone near the entrance, its surface slick with rain, bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was hers. The name etched into the stone matched the monogram on the bracelet I'd glimpsed on her wrist when she'd climbed into the car. The date of death? 5 years ago to the day. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the damp seat and the lingering scent told a different story. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The image of her pale face and those abyssal eyes haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. In the days that followed, I scoured the local archives, piecing together her story. She'd been a local girl, loved and admired, until one stormy night when she'd gone missing. They'd found her body days later, washed up in a creek not far from the cemetery. Rumors of foul play had circulated, but nothing was ever proven. Her death had been ruled an accident, though the townsfolk whispered otherwise. Now, every time it rains, I can't help but look over at the passenger seat, half expecting to see her sitting there, pointing silently into the darkness. I've taken different routes, avoided that stretch of road entirely, but it doesn't matter, because deep down, I know. She'll always find me, the haunted doll. The doll's eyes haunted me before I even knew its story. They were glassy, unsettling, and seemed to follow me as I browsed the tables of trinkets and antiques at the garage sale. I'm no stranger to collecting oddities, items with history, pieces that seem to whisper tales of a bygone era. This doll, however, was different. It was exquisite, its porcelain face delicately painted, its dress made of faded lace, and its hair curled in a way that hinted at meticulous craftsmanship. Yet there was something unnerving about it that I couldn't place. When I asked the seller how much she wanted for it, her eyes widened. She stammered out a price so low that I couldn't help but feel suspicious. I need it gone," she murmured almost too quietly to hear. For someone who seemed desperate, she hesitated for a long moment before handing it over, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed mine. That night, I set the doll on the shelf in my study. It was a prominent spot, surrounded by other antiques, but it felt like the doll demanded to be there, almost as if it had chosen its place among my collection. I worked late that evening, sorting through papers for an upcoming project. The faint ticking of a nearby clock was the only sound until my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. No caller ID. Hesitating, I answered. Nothing. Just static. Then faintly, as if from a great distance, a sound like laughter, childlike, high-pitched, and fleeting. I hung up, shook off the unease creeping up my spine, and returned to my work. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the memory of that sound. The next few days were uneventful, or at least I convinced myself they were. The lights in my study flickered every so often, but it was an old house, prone to quirks and electrical issues. The doll's presence, however, felt heavier. It wasn't just its physical weight. It seemed to occupy space in a way that was impossible to ignore. Every time I entered the room, my eyes were drawn to it, its gaze almost magnetic. One morning I woke to find it had moved. At first I thought I was mistaken. It had been on the shelf the night before, but now it sat at the foot of my bed. Its lifeless glass eyes stared directly into mine, and one porcelain hand was extended, its finger pointed accusingly at my chest. My breath hitched and my heart raced. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had moved it and forgotten. Maybe someone else had, though I lived alone. I placed it back on the shelf that morning, determined to put the incident out of my mind. Still, I couldn't help but notice the growing sense of dread that seemed to radiate from the doll. It was as if the air around it had grown colder, heavier, more oppressive. The breaking point came 3 nights later. I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of laughter. It was faint but clear, echoing through the otherwise silent house. My bedroom door creaked open on its own, and I swear I saw a shadow dart across the hallway. Trembling, I grabbed a flashlight and crept downstairs to the study. The doll wasn't on the shelf. I found it sitting on my desk, its head tilted slightly as if it were studying me. Its expression seemed almost mocking now, its delicate features twisted into something sinister. My instincts screamed at me to destroy it, but I hesitated. I couldn't bring myself to act. Instead, I grabbed a blanket from the couch and spent the night huddled in the living room, unable to close my eyes. The next morning, I took the doll to the local church. The priest was a kind man, someone I had spoken to a few times before, and I hoped he could offer a solution. As I explained the events, his expression grew grim. When I placed the doll on the table before him, he refused to touch it. "This isn't something we can help with," he said, his voice low and steady. "You need to get rid of it." "What do you mean?" I asked, panic rising. "Burn it? Throw it away?" He shook his head. "It's not that simple. Be careful how you proceed." Desperate, I decided to bury the doll in my backyard. I dug a deep hole beneath the gnarled oak tree at the edge of the property, placed the doll inside, and covered it with soil. For a moment I felt relief, as if I had finally rid myself of the strange and terrible presence that had invaded my life. That night, I slept peacefully for the first time in days. But it didn't last. The faint laughter returned, drifting through the house in the early hours of the morning. It was accompanied by the sound of small, deliberate footsteps. When I investigated, I found nothing out of place, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, I noticed a patch of earth beneath the oak tree that seemed disturbed, as if something had clawed its way out. I refused to go near it, convinced that acknowledging it would give whatever malevolent force inhabited the doll more power. Since then, my nights have been plagued by nightmares, visions of the doll standing at the foot of my bed, its hand pointing at me, its glassy eyes filled with malice. Sometimes I wake to find faint scratches on my arms, marks that weren't there when I went to sleep. I've tried everything: burning sage, consulting psychics, even moving the bed away from the window. Nothing works. The doll's presence is relentless, its influence seeping into every corner of my life. I've become paranoid, jumpy, and reclusive. Friends and family have noticed the change, but how can I explain it to them without sounding insane? I'm writing this now as a warning to anyone who might come across an object that feels wrong. Trust your instincts. Don't let curiosity or the allure of a bargain blind you to the danger. Some things are better left alone, their histories buried and forgotten. The laughter is louder tonight, and the shadows seem to move on their own. I know it's only a matter of time before the doll returns. Maybe it never really left. All I can do now is wait and hope that my story serves as a cautionary tale. If you hear faint laughter in the night, or feel a chill that has no explanation, don't ignore it. It might already be too late for me, but maybe it isn't for you. The anniversary. Something's wrong with the light. I'm standing at the altar of St. Michael's Church, my husband Thomas's hands clasped in mine, and the afternoon sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows isn't moving. It should be shifting, creating slowly sliding patterns of blue and red and gold across the wooden pews. But it's frozen, static, like a photograph. "Margaret," Thomas says, his voice gentle as always, "do you take this man in renewal of your sacred vows?" The words fade into a hollow echo as I stare at his face, his familiar face, lined now with 25 years of laughter and worry and love. But something strange about his eyes. They're the same warm brown they've always been, but there's a depth to them I've never noticed before, like looking down a well and seeing something move in the darkness far below. I've done this before. The thought hits me with such force that I actually sway slightly on my feet. Thomas's grip on my hands tightens, just a fraction, just enough to steady me, just enough to trap me. "Margaret?" he prompts again, still smiling that gentle smile. "Are you all right, dear?" The word catches in my throat as memories begin to surface, like bodies floating up from the bottom of a lake. Hundreds of them, thousands, each one a different version of our marriage, playing out in parallel tracks across 25 years. making dinner in our first apartment, chopping carrots, noticing a strange metallic taste to the coffee he'd made me that morning, beginning to feel dizzy, reset, finding a hidden compartment behind the basement shelves, filled with photographs of women who'd gone missing in the area, my hands shaking as I recognized their faces from the news. Reset, waking up in the middle of the night to find him standing over our bed, perfectly still, watching me sleep with eyes that reflected the darkness like a cat's. Reset. Each memory burns as it surfaces, searing away the comfortable fog I've been living in. How many times have I discovered the truth? How many times have I tried to run, to tell someone, to fight back? How many times has he simply reset everything, starting our marriage over from the beginning, wiping my memory clean like erasing a chalkboard? Margaret? There's an edge to his voice now, barely perceptible beneath the concern. The pressure of his hands on mine increases slightly. In the pews, our friends and family sit in perfect stillness, their faces fixed in expressions of joy and celebration. They haven't moved in several minutes, I realize. They might not be breathing. I remember, I whisper, the words falling from my lips before I can stop them. I remember everything. Thomas's smile doesn't waver, but something shifts in those deep brown eyes. Something ancient and patient and hungry unfolds itself behind his human face. No, dear, he says softly. Not everything. Not yet. And then he shows me what else I'd forgotten. The first time I tried to leave him was 6 months into our marriage. The memory surfaces like a splinter working its way out of skin. I'd found a notebook in his study, hidden behind a row of engineering textbooks. The pages were filled with detailed observations of my daily routine, dating back to 3 years before we'd even met. Every coffee shop I frequented, every jogging route I took, every friend I spent time with. The final entry was a calculation of exactly how long it would take me to accept his proposal. I packed a bag while he was at work, left a note saying I was visiting my sister, and drove straight to the airport. I made it as far as the ticket counter before the fluorescent lights began to flicker, and time slipped, like missing a step on a staircase. When I opened my eyes, I was back in our apartment, making coffee on a sunny morning 6 months into our marriage. The notebook didn't exist. The memory of finding it felt like a dream, growing fainter by the second. But now, standing at the altar 25 years later, I remember that moment with perfect clarity. And I remember what came after. I remember every attempt to escape, every time I gathered evidence, every time I went to the police, every time I tried to warn the other women I'd seen in those photographs. Every single time, reality would shiver and reset, and I'd find myself back in our life together, my memories wiped clean, starting fresh with only a lingering sense of unease that I could never quite place. How many times? I ask, my voice barely audible over the oppressive silence of the church. None of our guests have moved. The sunlight remains frozen on the floor. Thomas smiles wider, and for a moment I see something else beneath his face, something with too many teeth. You know I'm a perfectionist, dear, he says. I wanted to get it exactly right. The first few hundred attempts were messy, but you helped me refine the process. Your escapes became more clever, more creative each time. It was fascinating to watch you work through different strategies, even with your memory wiped clean. Some part of you always knew, I think, always remembered, deep down. He reaches up to brush a strand of hair from my face. His touch is gentle, loving, possessive. This is the first time I've let you keep your memories, he continues. Think of it as an anniversary present. 25 years is silver traditionally, but I thought awareness would be more meaningful. Why? The word comes out as a sob. Why me? Why all of this? Because you're perfect, he says simply. Your mind, your spirit, your determination. Even now, I can see you thinking, planning, looking for a way out. It's beautiful. And I've spent 25 years, well, significantly more than that technically, helping you become even more perfect. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Would you like to know how many times we've reached this moment? How many versions of our marriage I've collected and preserved? How many Margarets I've helped evolve and grow through these loops? I try to pull away, but his grip is iron. The church seems to darken around us, the stained glass windows dulling to black. Our audience of friends and family begin to fade like old photographs, revealing their true nature. Empty shells, props, memories given form but no substance. The best part, Thomas continues, is that this isn't even the final version. We're going to keep working on it, you and I, making it better, making it perfect. And now that you're aware, the real work can begin. The darkness at the edges of my vision begins to creep inward. I can feel time starting to slip again, reality preparing to reset. But this time it's different. This time, I'll remember. Happy anniversary, my love, Thomas says, and his face splits into something that was never human at all. The darkness swallows us both, and somewhere in the distance, I hear wedding bells begin to toll. I wake up on the morning of my wedding day, 25 years ago. Sunlight streams through the window of my childhood bedroom. My wedding dress hangs on the closet door, pristine and white. I remember everything. And somewhere nearby, my perfect, patient husband-to-be is waiting to begin again. Rather than scream, I smile, because this time I remember all my previous attempts to escape. Every strategy, every failure, every reset. 25 years of experience compressed into perfect clarity. And I have a new plan. This time will be different. This time I'm not running away. This time I'm taking him with me into the void, echoes of the woods. The path wound through the forest in a series of tight curves, the trees so dense they blocked out most of the remaining daylight. When I finally spotted a clearing up ahead, relief washed over me. But as I approached, my headlights illuminated something that made my stomach drop. An abandoned car, its hood popped open and its tires flattened. It was a rusted relic, long since claimed by the elements, with vines snaking through the grille and moss covering the windows. I parked a safe distance away and got out to inspect it. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was even more pronounced without the hum of the engine. The car's interior was gutted, the seats ripped open as if by some animal. There were no plates, no identifying marks, just an empty shell of a vehicle, left to rot in the middle of nowhere. A faint trail led away from the car, disappearing into the woods. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it. My boots crunched against the fallen leaves, each step echoing unnaturally loud. The trail was narrow, flanked by trees that seemed to close in the further I went. The air grew colder and the light dimmer until I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Then I saw it. A small cabin nestled among the trees. Its windows were dark, and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, the only sign that it was still inhabited. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The front door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. I called out, but my voice sounded small and hollow in the vast emptiness of the woods. There was no response. Steeling myself, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The cabin was a single room, sparsely furnished with a cot, a wood-burning stove, and a rickety table. The walls were adorned with strange symbols carved directly into the wood, their jagged lines forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the symbols weren't random. They formed a pattern, one that seemed to spiral inward toward the center of the room. In the middle of the floor was a trap door, its edges worn smooth from years of use. Something about it felt wrong, as if the very air around it was heavier, thicker. I wanted to leave, to turn around and never look back, but some morbid curiosity kept me rooted in place. I crouched down and pulled the trap door open. The hinges groaned in protest, revealing a dark, gaping hole. A ladder led down into the blackness, the rungs slick with moisture. The smell wafting up from below was foul, a mix of damp earth and something metallic, like rusted iron. I don't know what possessed me to climb down. Maybe it was the sheer unreality of the situation, the way it felt like a waking nightmare. Or maybe it was the feeling that whatever was down there had to be the key to understanding why I'd ended up here. The descent was slow, each rung colder than the last. The darkness swallowed me whole, the faint light from above fading until I was plunged into complete blackness. I fumbled for my phone, using the flashlight to illuminate the space around me. The walls were earthen, damp and glistening, and the tunnel stretched on endlessly in both directions. I chose a direction at random and started walking. The tunnel was unnervingly narrow, forcing me to hunch over. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water. Time lost all meaning. It felt like I'd been walking for hours when I finally came to a larger chamber. The room was circular, its walls lined with more of those strange symbols. In the center was a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I could only hope wasn't blood. Surrounding the altar were objects that defied explanation. Bones arranged in intricate patterns, jars filled with unidentifiable substances, and a single candle that burned with a dim, flickering light. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. But as I stood there, paralyzed by fear, I noticed something on the far wall. It was a photograph, tacked haphazardly to the dirt. I approached it slowly, the candlelight casting shifting shadows that made the whole scene feel alive. The photograph was old, the edges yellowed and curling. It showed a group of people standing in front of the very cabin I'd entered. Their faces were obscured, either by motion or deliberate smudging. But one figure stood out, a man with piercing eyes that seemed to stare directly at me, even through the faded print. Behind him, barely visible in the shadows, was something else. Something tall and impossibly thin, its limbs unnaturally long and bent at odd angles. My blood ran cold as I realized it wasn't a trick of the light. The thing was real, and it was watching me. I don't remember running back to the ladder, only the blind panic that propelled me forward. My flashlight flickered and died as I climbed, leaving me in suffocating darkness. When I finally emerged into the cabin, the air was thick with the smell of smoke and decay. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse, their lines shifting and writhing like living things. I bolted out the door and into the woods, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The path was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of trees that all looked the same. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes and skin, until I stumbled into another clearing. In the center was a circle of stones, each one etched with those same sinister symbols. Inside the circle lay a pile of bones, bleached white and arranged in a way that seemed deliberate. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the bones weren't animal, they were human. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in terror, but eventually I heard it. A low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't human. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist. I turned and ran, the sound growing louder, closer. The trees blurred together as I sprinted, my lungs burning and my legs threatening to give out. When I finally broke through the tree line and onto a paved road, I collapsed, gasping for air. A passing car stopped, and the driver helped me to my feet. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. They took me to the nearest town, where I told my story to the local authorities. They searched the woods but found nothing. No cabin, no symbols, no bones. I've since tried to put the experience behind me, to convince myself it was just a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But every now and then, I see those piercing eyes in my dreams, and I wake up with the sound of that guttural growl echoing in my ears. The woods haven't called me back, and I pray they never do. The following statement was found on a USB drive. This document was recovered from a USB drive left in the Millbrook Police Department evidence room, dated October 12, 2024. All attempts to contact the author have been unsuccessful. The original formatting and spelling have been preserved. I need to write this down while it's still fresh, while I can still convince myself it really happened. Maybe someone will read this and make sense of it. Maybe they'll tell me I'm not crazy. I just know I can't sleep. Can't close my eyes without seeing those images burned into my retinas like overexposed film. It started 3 weeks ago when I was cleaning out my grandmother's basement after she moved into assisted living. Mom had been putting it off for months. You know how it is with these things. Nobody wants to sort through decades of someone else's life, deciding what's treasure and what's trash. But Grandma's house was finally under contract, and we were running out of time. The basement had always been my least favorite part of her house, even as a kid. Something about the way the concrete walls seemed to sweat in the summer, how the single bare bulb cast more shadows than light. But that Sunday morning, it was just another task to check off my list. I brought coffee, podcasts, and those heavy-duty contractor bags they sell at Home Depot, ready to be efficient, adult, unsentimental. The first few hours were exactly what you'd expect. Boxes of old Christmas decorations, moth-eaten Afghans, a treadmill that had probably been obsolete before I was born. I sorted everything into piles: donate, trash, keep. The podcast kept me company, something about true crime in the Pacific Northwest. The coffee went cold before I remembered to drink it. It wasn't until I reached the back corner, behind a stack of molding Life magazines, that things started feeling wrong. The air got thick, like right before a thunderstorm, making it hard to breathe. My podcast cut out, replaced by this staticky buzz that made my teeth ache. I blamed it on poor reception, but when I checked my phone, it showed full bars. That's when I found the Polaroid camera. It was sitting on a shelf I swear wasn't there earlier, one of those collapsible metal ones we used to keep paint cans on. The camera looked pristine, not dusty or corroded like everything else down there. Just sitting there, like someone had placed it moments before. "That's weird," I said out loud, my voice sounding flat in the dense air. "Hey, Mom, did Grandma ever mention having a Polaroid?" No answer. Right. Mom was at church. I was alone. I picked up the camera, turning it over in my hands. It was one of those classic one-step models from the 70s, rainbow stripe down the front, viewfinder slightly yellowed with age. The film compartment was empty, but there was a stack of photos face down beside it. My hands were shaking as I picked up the first photo. I told myself it was just the caffeine, just the stuffy basement air, just my imagination running wild after 2 hours of true crime stories. But I knew that wasn't it. Something felt fundamentally wrong, like when you're home alone and suddenly certain you're being watched. The first photo showed my grandmother's basement. This basement, taken from the bottom of the stairs, looking toward the corner where I now stood. Everything was exactly the same. The metal shelves, the magazines, the boxes. Except in the photo, there was a figure standing where I was standing. The image was overexposed, the figure bleached out and distorted, but I could make out an arm raised as if taking a picture. "This isn't funny," I said to the empty basement. My voice cracked. "Mom, seriously, if this is some kind of joke..." I flipped to the next photo. Same basement, same angle. The figure was closer to the camera now, still overexposed, but more distinct. It looked like it was wearing clothes similar to mine, jeans, a gray hoodie, but its face. The face was just static, like an old TV tuned to a dead channel. My hands were really shaking now. The static in my ears had gotten louder, a persistent white noise that made it hard to think. I dropped the photos, watched them scatter across the concrete floor. They landed face up, a chronological progression of that thing moving closer to the camera, closer to the stairs, closer to where I now stood. I should have run. Everything in my body was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't stop staring at the final photo in the sequence. The figure stood at the bottom of the stairs, arms still raised, but now I could see what it was holding. A Polaroid camera. The exact same model that sat heavy in my hands. The static roared in my ears. The basement lights flickered once, twice. In that strobe-like effect, I saw movement in the corner of my eye. Something shifting in the shadows behind the metal shelves. I raised the camera without thinking. Maybe I needed proof. Maybe I needed to complete the sequence. Maybe I wasn't in control of my actions at all. The flash went off. The photo slid out, gray and undeveloped. As I watched, an image began to form. The basement, the stairs, a figure in a gray hoodie, face obscured by static, arm raised, holding a camera. I ran. I don't really remember running, but I must have because suddenly I was in my car, engine running, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. The USB drive I'm writing this on was in my pocket. I always carry it, force of habit from grad school. The photos, I left them there. I left everything there. Mom called an hour later, worried because I hadn't finished the basement. I told her I wasn't feeling well. Not exactly a lie. She said we could finish another day, but I knew I was never going back down there. Let the new owners deal with it. Let them find the camera, the photos, the truth about what lives in that corner behind the metal shelves. It's been 3 weeks. I haven't slept more than a few hours at a time. Every electronic device in my apartment gives off this faint buzzing sound now. Or maybe it always did, and I'm just more attuned to it. Sometimes I catch glimpses of static in reflective surfaces, windows, mirrors, the black screen of my phone. Sometimes I think I see a figure holding a camera. The house closing is tomorrow. Mom texted earlier to say the basement was empty when the final walkthrough team got there. Empty. No boxes, no magazines, no metal shelves, no camera, no photos. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that yesterday I found a Polaroid camera sitting on my kitchen counter. Pristine, rainbow stripe down the front, film compartment empty. Beside it, a single photo lying face down. I haven't looked at it. I won't look at it. But I know what it shows. My apartment taken from the doorway, looking toward where I sit, typing this. A figure in the corner, face obscured by static, arm raised as if taking a picture. The buzzing in my ears is getting louder. I have to go now. The archivist's burden. The first photograph appeared on my desk on a Tuesday morning in October. I remember the exact moment because I had just finished cataloging a collection of Civil War letters, my specialty as head archivist at the Whitmore Historical Society. The photograph shouldn't have been remarkable. A black and white portrait of a young woman circa 1940s, her eyes downcast and hands folded primly in her lap. But something about it made my skin crawl. I've spent 20 years handling historical artifacts, learning to read the stories they tell beyond their physical presence. This photograph felt wrong. Not damaged or fraudulent. I've encountered plenty of those. But wrong in a way that defied professional explanation. The woman's pose was too still, her shadow too dark against the backdrop, and her hands. I could have sworn they were in a slightly different position each time I looked away and back. "Margaret?" I called out to my assistant but received no response. Right. She had taken a personal day. I was alone in the archive's basement office, surrounded by climate-controlled storage rooms and the gentle hum of dehumidifiers. I checked our acquisition records but found no entry for the photograph. This wasn't entirely unusual. We sometimes received anonymous donations through our mail slot. I created a new entry following standard cataloging procedure. My hands trembled slightly as I measured the photograph's dimensions. 8x10 inches, standard size. The paper was period appropriate, showing expected signs of age. When I looked up from my notes, there was a second photograph on my desk. I froze, pen hovering above paper. This one showed the same woman, but from a different angle. Her head was turned slightly to the right, and though her eyes were still downcast, a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. The shadow behind her had grown larger, spreading across the backdrop like an ink stain. I am not a fanciful person. My profession demands rigorous attention to detail and skepticism toward unprovable claims. I've debunked countless stories of haunted artifacts and cursed heirlooms. But in that moment, I felt something I hadn't experienced since childhood, pure, irrational terror. I forced myself to remain calm and logical. Someone must have placed the second photograph there while I was distracted with cataloging. But I hadn't heard footsteps on the creaking floorboards, hadn't felt the characteristic draft when the basement door opened. The phone on my desk rang, making me jump. I answered with hands that were definitely shaking now. Whitmore Historical Society. This is Daniel speaking. Static crackled on the line. Through it I heard what sounded like an old recording of orchestral music, the kind played on a phonograph. A woman's voice, distant and distorted. "Have you seen them yet?" "I'm sorry. Who is this?" "The collection needs to be complete." The music grew louder, brass instruments distorting into something that sounded like screaming. "She's been waiting so long." the line went dead. When I looked back at my desk, there were 4 photographs. In the third, the woman's head was raised, but her face was obscured by shadow. The fourth showed her standing, her dress rippling as if caught in a breeze, though the backdrop remained perfectly still. The shadow behind her had taken on a vaguely human shape, reaching toward her with elongated fingers. I should have left, should have walked out of that basement and never returned. But archivists have a duty to preserve history, to maintain order in the face of chaos. And beneath my fear was a familiar, scholarly curiosity. Who was this woman? What was the significance of these photographs? How were they appearing on my desk? I began to research. The woman's clothing and hairstyle suggested the photographs were taken between 1943 and 1945. The backdrop and lighting setup matched the style of Marcus Sullivan, a photographer who operated a studio in downtown Whitmore during that period. Sullivan was known for his innovative techniques and had a particular interest in capturing movement in still photographs. He also disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1945, leaving behind a fully equipped studio but no traces of his work. The police investigation found all of his photographs and negatives had been destroyed, the ashes still warm in his fireplace when they arrived. As I read the newspaper archive's account of Sullivan's disappearance, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The article mentioned his last known client, Miss Eleanor Reed, age 23, who sat for a portrait session on the morning of Sullivan's disappearance. When questioned, Miss Reed claimed to have no memory of the session, though multiple witnesses saw her enter the studio. She was cleared of any involvement, but suffered a nervous breakdown and was institutionalized 2 weeks later. I looked up from the microfilm reader. 8 photographs now covered my desk. In each successive image, the woman, Eleanor, was closer to the camera. Her smile had widened into something that stretched too far across her face. The shadow behind her had resolved into a dark figure that exactly matched her pose, like a 3-dimensional silhouette trying to peel itself away. The air in the basement felt thick, heavy with the scent of photographic chemicals. The humming of the dehumidifiers had taken on a rhythmic quality that reminded me of the orchestral music from the phone call. I reached for the newest photograph with trembling fingers. The moment I touched it, every light in the basement flickered and died, leaving only the red glow of the emergency exit signs. In that crimson illumination, I saw that the photographs had changed. Eleanor was looking directly at the camera now, her eyes wide and pleading. The shadow figure had wrapped its arms around her waist, its head inclined toward her neck. And then, in the darkness between one emergency light and the next, I heard it, the whir and click of a camera shutter, again and again. Each sound brought a burst of phantom flashbulb light that burned after images into my vision. When my eyes adjusted, the photographs had multiplied. They covered my desk, spilled onto the floor, plastered themselves across the walls. Hundreds of Eleanors stared at me, their expressions progressing from fear to resignation to something else entirely. In each image, the shadow figure grew more substantial, more real, while Eleanor became increasingly transparent, like a double exposure slowly fading away. The temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the air as I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of archival boxes. The crash echoed through the basement, but beneath it, I heard something else. The scratch of a phonograph needle, followed by that distant orchestral music. The collection must be complete. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, Eleanor's and not Eleanor's, a chorus of whispers that made my teeth ache. The emergency lights flickered faster now, strobe-like bursts that transformed the basement into a makeshift darkroom. In those fractional seconds of illumination, I saw them. Figures stepping out of the photographs, Eleanor and her shadow multiplied into a crowd of identical pairs. They moved with jerky, stop-motion precision, like subjects in an early motion study. With each step, the shadow figures grew more solid while the Eleanors became increasingly ghost-like. I ran for the stairs, but they were blocked by a wall of photographs that hadn't been there moments before. Each one showed the same scene, the basement, from every conceivable angle, with me at the center. And in every image, standing just behind me, was a shadow that didn't match my pose. The whirring of camera shutters reached a deafening crescendo. The emergency lights exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. In the total darkness that followed, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers made of photographic negative. "Your turn," Eleanor's voice whispered, her breath like chemical fixer against my ear. "The artist needs new subjects." The last thing I saw before the flashbulb went off was my own shadow, standing 3 feet away, smiling back at me. They found me the next morning when Margaret came in to work. I was sitting at my desk, apparently cataloging a collection of photographs that didn't exist. The doctors called it a psychotic break brought on by prolonged isolation and archival gases. They said I was lucky. Most of the other victims of the Whitmore photography incident didn't survive their encounters. I've been in this institution for 3 months now. The medication helps with the tremors, but nothing can erase what I saw, what I became. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, my reflection moves a fraction of a second too late. My shadow falls in impossible directions, no matter where the light source is, and the photographs keep appearing. On my bedside table, under my pillow, tucked into my case file. Always the same progression, always ending with a new subject. The collection grows, one portrait at a time. I know how this story ends. I've seen it play out in silver halide and shadow, frozen in countless variations. The artist is patient. The camera is always watching. And somewhere in that basement archive, in a box that can't be found but can't be destroyed, the negatives are waiting to be developed. Here's the truth I've learned too late. Some histories shouldn't be preserved. Some stories are meant to fade away, like old photographs left in sunlight. But art is permanent, and shadows never truly disappear. They just find new subjects to cast them. I have to go now. The orderly is here with my medication, but his shadow is walking in the wrong direction. And I swear I can hear very faintly the sound of orchestral music playing on an antique phonograph. Click. The renovation. I never should have bought this house. That's what everyone says after a haunting, right? But I really shouldn't have bought this house. The listing price was suspiciously low for the Cambridge area. A Victorian-era home with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and enough square footage to actually have a home office. The realtor mentioned something vague about the previous owners leaving suddenly due to family circumstances, but I was too excited about finally owning property in this outrageously expensive market to dig deeper. Besides, what family doesn't have circumstances? The home inspection revealed the usual century-old house problems: outdated wiring, some water damage in the basement, creaky floorboards. Nothing particularly alarming. I was actually relieved. I'd budgeted for renovations, expecting far worse. The inspector did note some unusual modifications to the original floor plan. with certain walls appearing to have been added in the 1960s that didn't quite match the home's architectural style. But again, what old house doesn't have quirks from decades of different owners? I closed on the property in October. The autumn light filtered beautifully through the tall windows, casting warm patterns across the worn floors. The rooms still held that peculiar emptiness of a just-purchased house, that liminal space between someone else's home and your own. I spent that first week making plans, measuring rooms, and researching contractors. I wanted to restore some of the home's original Victorian charm while updating it for modern living. The first strange thing I noticed was the temperature. Certain spots in the house were inexplicably cold, even with the heating running full blast. I initially blamed poor insulation, but these cold spots seemed to move. One day the master bedroom would be freezing. The next it would be perfectly comfortable while the kitchen became an icebox. The contractors I hired to update the heating system couldn't find any obvious issues with the HVAC. It was during the initial demolition phase that we found it. The crew was removing some of the newer drywall to expose the original plaster walls when their tools struck something solid. Behind the drywall was another wall, but this one had a door. The door was made of thick, dark wood, with ornate carvings around the frame that matched the home's Victorian aesthetic. It had clearly been part of the original construction, but at some point, someone had sealed it away behind a false wall. There was no doorknob, just a simple brass handle. The crew looked to me for direction. Part of me wanted to seal it back up immediately. There had to be a reason someone had hidden it, right? But curiosity won out. I gave them the go-ahead to clear away the remaining drywall. The door opened with surprising ease, its hinges silent despite decades of disuse. Behind it was a small room, maybe 6'8" feet, with no windows. The walls were covered in the same elaborate Victorian wallpaper found elsewhere in the house, though here it was faded to an indeterminate grayish color. The hardwood floor was bare except for a single wooden chair in the center of the room. The chair was positioned to face the corner. Something about that chair made my skin crawl. It was a simple piece, probably from the same era as the house, but its positioning seemed deliberately unsettling. Who would put a single chair facing a corner, and why seal up the entire room? The crew was clearly unnerved. I tried to laugh it off. Probably just an old punishment room for naughty children. But no one smiled. I told them to take a break while I documented the discovery for my renovation blog. As I photographed the room, I noticed other odd details. There were scratch marks on the floor around the chair legs, as if it had been repeatedly dragged into that exact position. The wallpaper in the corner the chair faced was more deteriorated than the rest, with long vertical tiers running from floor to ceiling, and despite the decades of dust coating everything else, the chair's seat was clean, as if recently used. I closed the door and told the crew to continue with their scheduled work elsewhere in the house. We could deal with this room later. But as they packed up their tools that evening, I caught them making furtive glances toward that corner of the house. I didn't blame them. Even with the door closed and hidden from view, you could feel its presence, like a weight pressing against your consciousness. That night I had trouble sleeping. The house seemed different now, as if finding that room had changed something fundamental about its character. The usual creaks and settling noises of an old home took on new meaning. I could have sworn I heard scratching coming from inside the walls. When I came downstairs the next morning, all of my furniture had been rearranged. Every chair, every couch, every stool was turned to face that corner of the house where we'd found the door. Even the heavy antique buffet had been rotated 90 degrees. I called the police. The responding officers were sympathetic but unhelpful. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing was missing, and technically no crime had been committed. They suggested I install security cameras and made some notes for their report. I spent the rest of the day putting everything back in place, trying to convince myself there must be a rational explanation. Maybe I had a very specific burglar with an interest in interior design. The security company couldn't come until the following week, so I pushed my heavy dresser in front of the bedroom door before going to bed. The scratching in the walls was louder that night. It seemed to move through the house, traveling from room to room in a circular pattern. Around 3 a.m., I distinctly heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I lay perfectly still, watching the shadow visible beneath the door, waiting for someone to try the handle. After what felt like hours, the shadow moved away. The next morning, all the furniture was facing the corner again, including my dresser. When the contractors arrived, they immediately noticed something was off. Their tools from the previous day, which they'd locked in the garage, were arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the living room floor. Each tool was positioned with mechanical precision, forming a complete circle with exactly equal spacing between items. In the center of the circle was the chair from the hidden room. 2 of the contractors quit on the spot. Can't say I blame them. The foreman, a burly man named Mike, who'd been in construction for 20 years, tried to convince them to stay. "Look, weird stuff happens in old houses," he said. "We can work somewhere else in the building, leave this area alone." That's when we heard the humming. It was coming from the hidden room, a soft melodic sound like someone quietly singing to themselves. We all froze. The humming grew louder, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, singing what sounded like a lullaby. But the words were wrong somehow, like English played backwards. Mike approached the door slowly, his hand reaching for the handle. I wanted to stop him, to tell him not to open it, but I couldn't make my voice work. He pushed the door open. The room was empty except for the chair, which was still in the center of the floor where we'd left it. But now there were handprints on the walls, hundreds of them, overlapping, made in what looked like ash or dark soil. They started at about waist height and continued up the walls and across the ceiling, all oriented toward that corner. The humming had stopped. The remaining crew packed up their tools and left. Mike promised to call me later about continuing the renovation, but his voice shook as he said it. I knew he wouldn't be back. I should have left too. Any sane person would have run from that house and never looked back. But I'd sunk my entire savings into this place, and some stubborn part of me refused to be driven out by what was probably just an elaborate prank. I called a paranormal investigator instead. The investigator, a middle-aged woman named Sarah with graying hair and sensible shoes, arrived that afternoon. She didn't seem fazed by my story, calmly setting up various pieces of equipment while I recounted the events of the past few days. She had me draw a floor plan of the house, marking the location of the hidden room, and noting where all the furniture had been repositioned. "Interesting pattern," she said, studying my drawing. "It's not just that everything faces the corner. It's all arranged in concentric circles with decreasing radius as you get closer to that room, like a spiral drawing inward." She looked up at me. "Have you sat in the chair?" The question sent a chill down my spine. "No, of course not. Why would I?" "Because you want to." It wasn't a question. "You've been thinking about it, haven't you? Wondering what it would feel like, just for a moment." I started to deny it, but she was right. Ever since we'd found that room, some part of me had been drawn to that chair. Even now I could feel its pull, like a physical sensation in my chest. Sarah nodded as if I'd confirmed something. That's how it starts. The compulsion grows stronger over time. Previous owners. She trailed off as a loud thump came from upstairs, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. We rushed up the stairs to find my bed had been moved. It was now pointed toward the corner, its headboard pressed against the wall as if trying to phase through it, to align with that hidden room. While we stood there processing this, all the lights in the house went out. In the sudden darkness, I heard Sarah intake breath sharply. "Do you smell that?" I did. It was a musty, organic smell, like wet soil and decaying leaves. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves, and underneath it, barely detectable, was the metallic tang of blood. The scratching started again, more intense than before. It was all around us now, a frenzied scratching punctuated by dull thuds, as if multiple someones were trying to claw their way through the walls. Sarah's equipment began beeping and whirring, the displays lighting up with activity. Then we heard the singing. It was the same backwards lullaby as before, but now it was coming from multiple voices, all slightly out of sync with each other. The effect was profoundly wrong, like a corrupted audio file played through broken speakers. The voices seemed to be moving, circling us in the darkness. Sarah's face was illuminated by her equipment's displays, casting harsh shadows that made her look skull-like. "We need to leave," she said. "Now. Before—" The singing stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, we heard footsteps coming from the hidden room. Slow, deliberate steps moving toward the door. We ran. Outside, the autumn evening was jarringly normal. Cars drove past. Leaves skittered across the sidewalk. Somewhere a dog was barking. Sarah's professional demeanor had cracked. Her hands shook as she packed up her equipment. "I can recommend some colleagues who specialize in cleansing houses," she said. "But honestly, my professional advice would be to sell. Whatever's in there, it's old, and it's patient, and it's been feeding for a very long time." "Feeding on what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. She gestured to my phone, which was still displaying the floor plan we'd drawn. The spiral pattern of furniture now seemed obvious, almost painfully so. "Notice anything about the dimensions of that hidden room? It's exactly the same size as the original house's parlor, according to the historic plans I found. That room shouldn't exist. There's not enough space for it. It's as if it's been folded somehow, tucked into a corner of reality where it doesn't belong." She continued, "The chair is a focus point, an anchor. When someone sits in it, well, let's just say the previous owners didn't leave due to family circumstances. They're still here in a way, parts of them at least, and they're not alone." I spent that night in a hotel, researching the house's history. The more I dug, the more disturbing the pattern became. Every few decades, a family would move in, begin renovations, and then disappear. The official records cited various reasons: foreclosure, family emergency, job relocation, but the timing was always the same. It happened shortly after they started opening up walls. The earliest record I could find was from 1891, when the original owner, a wealthy industrialist named Theodore Barrett, began extensive renovations on the house. According to newspaper articles from the time, Barrett became increasingly obsessed with sacred geometry and dimensional folding. His journals, excerpts of which were published after his disappearance, described experiments with non-Euclidean spaces and attempts to create a door where there should be no door. Barrett's wife reported that he spent hours sitting in their parlor, staring at the corner, muttering about the angles being all wrong. She said he would walk in circles around the house, measuring distances that somehow never added up the same way twice. The last entry in his journal read simply, "The corner is not a corner, it is a curve, and we are all already around it." 2 months later, the entire Barrett family vanished. The house stood empty for years until, in 1918, a young couple bought it and began their own renovations. Their story ended the same way. I should have taken Sarah's advice and sold the house immediately, but something kept me from contacting a realtor. The same something that kept drawing my thoughts back to that chair, wondering what Barrett had seen while sitting in it, wondering what all the others had seen before they. The scratching in the walls is getting louder now. The handprints have begun appearing throughout the house, on the ceiling, in the bathrooms, under the beds, always pointed toward that corner. The singing comes more frequently, and sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Dark shapes walking in perfect circles, their movements synchronized like planets in orbit. My furniture rearranges itself every night now, and I've stopped trying to move it back. The spiral pattern is almost beautiful once you understand it. Everything flowing toward a central point, drawn by an inexorable gravity. I find myself walking in circles too, measuring rooms that seem larger on the inside than simple geometry should allow. The chair calls to me. Every day the compulsion grows stronger. I dream about sitting in it, about finally seeing what Barrett saw, about understanding why the corner is not a corner but a curve. I dream about joining the others in their endless circling, adding my voice to their backward songs. I'm writing this as a warning, I suppose, though I doubt it will make a difference. The house will find new owners after I'm gone, and they too will begin renovations, and they too will find that door. Or perhaps they'll find a different door, leading to the same room that is somehow both here and not here, contained within itself, like a Klein bottle or a Mobius strip. The scratching is very loud tonight. The walls pulse with it, like a heartbeat, like breathing. The handprints are spreading across my desk as I write, appearing one by one, reaching toward that corner that is not a corner. The singing is starting again, and I recognize some of the voices now. Soon, I'll recognize all of them. I know I should leave, run, escape while I still can, but the chair is waiting and I'm so very tired of fighting its pull. Maybe I'll just sit for a moment, just a moment to see what Barrett saw, to understand why the angles are wrong, why the measurements never add up, why the corner is really a curve. Just for a moment. I can hear them walking now, circling, circling. Their footsteps echo through spaces that shouldn't exist, marking time like a metronome. The handprints have reached my fingers as I type these last words. They're so warm. Everything is warm here, despite the cold spots. Everything is connected, curved, folded in on itself like an origami universe. The chair is calling. I think I'll sit down now, just for a moment, just to see, just to understand why the corner is not a... The following text was found carved into the wall of the hidden room, beneath layers of handprints. The corner is not a corner. The door is not a door. The room is not a room. We are not alone. We are not separate. We are all around the curve. Come sit with us, just for a moment, just for a moment. The echoing silence. I'll never forget the night it all began. Working the graveyard shift at KFM 104.3, A small-town radio station that barely scraped by on a mix of outdated pop and rock hits had always been an isolating job. But it paid the bills, and I liked the quiet. There was something about the hum of the equipment and the solitude of the booth that gave me a strange sense of peace. My listeners were few, and most were truckers or insomniacs who called in sporadically for song requests. Nothing ever really happened, until that night. It started with a call just past 1 a.m. I was midway through introducing a Fleetwood Mac song when the red light on the console blinked. KFM 104.3, "You're on the air," I said, trying to sound more energetic than I felt. There was a pause. Then a voice, distant and crackling, came through the line. "Play. Goodbye, stranger." The way the caller said it made my skin prickle. The voice was low, strained, as though the person on the other end was barely able to speak. "Sure thing," I said, trying to mask the unease creeping into my voice. "Who's this?" There was no reply, just the faint sound of static. Then, just before the line went dead, I thought I heard a whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone chilled me to my core. I shook it off, attributing it to a bad connection or maybe a prank call. I queued up the song and leaned back in my chair, watching the clock tick down. As Goodbye Stranger played, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The song seemed wrong somehow. The usually upbeat tune felt slower, the harmonies slightly dissonant. I told myself I was imagining things, but then the second call came. "KFM 104.3, I answered, my voice faltering slightly. "You played it," the same voice rasped. "Good." "Hey, listen, buddy," I started, trying to sound assertive. "If this is some kind of joke—" "Another," the caller interrupted. "Play Don't Fear the Reaper." My breath hitched. There was something about the way they said it, the almost pleading tone beneath the words. Against my better judgment, I agreed. As I reached for the track, I realized my hand was trembling. When the song began, the atmosphere in the studio shifted. The air felt heavier, the shadows in the corners of the room deeper. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, but found nothing when I turned to look. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Halfway through the song, I heard it. Faint at first, just a whisper beneath the music. I turned up the volume, but the whispering grew louder. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was in the room with me. I froze, my eyes scanning the dimly lit studio. The whispering continued, unintelligible and rhythmic, like a chant. Panic bubbled in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had to finish the shift. I couldn't afford to lose this job. The phone rang again. "What do you want?" I snapped, my composure cracking. "It's so dark," the voice said, more strained than before. "So cold. Help me." "Who are you? Where are you?" I demanded. "Trapped," they whispered. "In the void." A cold chill ran down my spine. I opened my mouth to respond, but the line went dead. This time the static didn't fade immediately. It lingered, growing louder and more distorted until it erupted into a blood-curdling scream. I ripped off my headphones, my heart pounding in my chest. I considered calling the station manager, but what would I say? That I was being haunted by a caller? It sounded insane. Instead, I decided to push through the night. I wouldn't let a few creepy calls rattle me. But things only got worse. As the hours dragged on, the requests kept coming. Each call was from the same voice, and each song carried an eerie undertone that seemed to warp the air around me. Hotel California, Paint It Black, The end. The choices weren't just unsettling, they felt purposeful, as though the caller was trying to tell me something. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. They filled the studio, overlapping and echoing until I could barely think. My vision blurred, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating me. Around 4 a.m. the power flickered. The lights dimmed and the equipment crackled with interference. The phone rang again, but this time I didn't answer. I couldn't. My hands were shaking too much. The whispers turned into screams. They filled the room, deafening and relentless. I covered my ears, but it did little to block out the sound. It felt like the studio was alive, pulsating with malevolent energy. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence was more terrifying than the noise. I sat there trembling, my mind racing. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I felt paralyzed, trapped by an unseen force. When dawn finally broke, I stumbled out of the studio, my nerves shot. I called in sick for the rest of the week and tried to convince myself it was just a bad night. A mix of sleep deprivation and overactive imagination. But the calls didn't stop. They followed me home. The first time my cell phone rang, I almost didn't answer. When I finally did, the same chilling voice greeted me. "You can't escape," it said. "You played the songs." The line went dead. Over the next few days, my life unraveled. I heard whispers in my apartment, saw shadows moving where there shouldn't be any. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The fear consumed me. Desperate for answers, I began researching the history of the radio station. What I found only deepened my terror. Decades ago, a DJ had gone missing during a broadcast. The only clue was a series of unsettling song requests he'd received from an anonymous caller. Witnesses claimed to have heard screams coming from the station that night, but no trace of the DJ was ever found. It didn't end there. Over the years, others who worked the graveyard shift reported similar experiences. Strange calls, eerie noises, unexplained phenomena. Some quit, others disappeared. The station had a dark history, one that seemed to revolve around the late-night broadcast. I realized I was part of something far bigger, something I couldn't comprehend. The void the caller spoke of, was it real? And if so, was I being drawn into it? I tried to quit, but the station manager wouldn't let me. "You're one of our best DJs," he said. "The listeners love you." Love me. The thought made my skin crawl. Who were these listeners? Were they even human? The final straw came a week later. I was at home trying to sleep when the radio in my living room turned on by itself. The static was deafening, and beneath it, I heard the whispers. They were clearer now, their words cutting through the noise like shards of glass. "Join us," they said. "It's your turn." I smashed the radio, but the whispers didn't stop. They filled the room, the walls, my head. I screamed, clawing at my ears, but it was no use. The void had claimed me. The next thing I knew, I was back in the studio, the red light blinking on the console. My body moved on its own, my hands reaching for the phone. The voice on the other end was my own. "Play Goodbye, Stranger," it said. The security camera. The first time I saw my husband's double, I thought it was a glitch. I had just installed our new security system that afternoon, one of those fancy setups with motion detection, night vision, and smartphone connectivity. David thought I was being paranoid, but after the string of break-ins in our neighborhood, I wasn't taking any chances. Besides, As a software engineer who often worked late from home, I liked having eyes on our property when I was alone at night. The cameras had been running for less than 6 hours when my phone buzzed with its first motion alert. 2:01 a.m. I was still awake, catching up on some code reviews in my home office. The notification showed a still from our backyard camera, a dark figure standing motionless in the grass. My heart rate spiked until I recognized David's familiar silhouette. His broad shoulders, the slight slouch he'd developed from years hunched over keyboards, that distinctively messy bedhead I'd tease him about. I figured he must have had trouble sleeping and stepped out for some air. Not totally unusual. He'd been stressed about the upcoming product launch at work. I was about to dismiss the alert when something made me pause. The figure was completely still. Not the natural shifting of weight or subtle movements you'd expect from someone standing outside. Just perfectly, unnaturally motionless. That's when I realized he wasn't looking around the yard or up at the stars. He was staring directly at our second-floor bedroom window. Our bedroom window, where I could see the warm glow of our bedside lamp still burning. The lamp I always left on because David liked having some light when he got up to use the bathroom. A cold weight settled in my stomach. I pulled up the live feed from the indoor security camera I'd installed in our bedroom. There was David, curled up under the covers on his side of the bed, chest rising and falling in the peaceful rhythm of deep sleep. I looked back at the yard camera. The figure was still there, still staring. I closed my laptop and crept upstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. Our bedroom door was slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. David was exactly as I'd seen on camera, sound asleep, occasionally making the soft whistling sound through his nose that I normally found endearing, but now sent chills down my spine. I crossed to the window on trembling legs. The yard below was empty. I checked the security footage immediately. At exactly 3 a.m., the figure had simply vanished. One frame it was there, the next gone, with no movement in between. I rewound to the beginning of the incident. Same thing. At 2 a.m. sharp, it had appeared instantaneously in the middle of our yard. I barely slept that night, watching David's peaceful face in the lamplight and trying to convince myself I'd seen some kind of technical glitch. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, and the next. Always at exactly 2 a.m. Always standing in the exact same spot. Always staring at our window with David's face. I started sleeping less and less, spending my nights hunched over my monitors, documenting every detail. The figure never moved, never shifted, never blinked, just stood there, a perfect carbon copy of my husband, staring up at where we slept, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried telling David about it over breakfast that first week. He'd laughed it off, assuming I was joking. When I showed him the footage, he'd frowned and suggested it must be some kind of video artifact or reflection. He promised to stay awake with me the next night to see it in person. But when 2 a.m. came, he was sound asleep despite his promises. No amount of shaking would wake him. I watched in horror as his duplicate appeared in the yard right on schedule, while David slumbered beside me, impossibly heavy in a sleep that seemed more like unconsciousness. That's when the differences started. It was subtle at first. David would wake up groggy and irritable, with no memory of having promised to stay up with me. He'd zone out during conversations, staring blankly into space until I touched his arm or called his name. His appetite changed. He who had always been a picky eater suddenly started devouring his food with mechanical efficiency, like he was fueling up rather than enjoying a meal. Then came the physical changes. His skin seemed slightly waxy, especially in the mornings. His movements became more precise, more deliberate, losing the natural clumsiness I'd always found charming. Sometimes I'd catch him standing perfectly still, head cocked at an unnatural angle, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. But the eyes were the worst. David's eyes had always been a warm brown, crinkled at the corners from his ready smile. Now they seemed darker somehow, flatter, empty. I started documenting these changes too, in an encrypted file on my laptop. I knew how it would sound if I told anyone else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever stood in our yard each night wasn't just watching us. It was studying us, learning, preparing. And David wasn't really David anymore. I began sleeping in my home office, claiming I had too much work to come to bed. I installed more cameras throughout the house, hidden ones David didn't know about. I watched him when he thought he was alone. The way he would practice expressions in mirrors, like an actor rehearsing for a role. The way he would sometimes forget to blink for minutes at a time. The way he would stand in empty rooms, perfectly still, staring at nothing. But it was the footage from last night that finally broke me. I was reviewing the bedroom camera feed from around 5 a.m., just before David usually wakes up. The video quality was poor. There had been a storm, and the power had flickered several times. But I could clearly see David's form under the covers. Then came a power surge, the image distorting with static. When it cleared, the bed was empty. I frantically checked the other cameras. Nothing in the hallway, nothing on the stairs, nothing in the kitchen or living room. David had vanished from our locked and alarmed house without triggering a single motion sensor. Then movement caught my eye on the yard camera. A figure walking slowly back toward the house. David's figure. It moved with that same mechanical precision I'd grown to dread, but now there was something else in its gait. A confidence, a purpose. It looked up directly at the camera, smiled, not David's warm, natural smile, but something that just stretched his lips without touching his eyes. Then it raised one hand and waved, holding up a familiar keychain. My keychain, the one I'd left on my office desk when I'd finally passed out from exhaustion an hour earlier. I'm typing this now from my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner 2 towns over. My hands won't stop shaking, because I know what this means. The thing in my yard, the thing wearing my husband's face. It's not watching anymore. It's done learning, done practicing, done replacing. And now it's coming for me. My phone buzzes, another motion alert. I don't want to look, but I can't help myself. It's footage from one of my hidden cameras inside the house. My office. There's a figure standing in the doorway. It's wearing David's face, but the movement is all wrong as it turns its head to stare directly into the camera. Its smile is impossibly wide now, stretching far beyond what a human mouth should be capable of. In its hand is my laptop, the one I'd left behind in my panic to escape, the one containing all my documentation, all my evidence. As I watch, it waves at the camera with that horrible smile. Then it does something worse. It speaks. "Coming home soon, honey? Don't worry. I'll wait up for you. After all..." The thing wearing my husband's face leans closer to the camera, its features distorting slightly, like melting wax. I never sleep. I throw my phone out the car window, watching it shatter on the asphalt. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely grip the steering wheel, but I force myself to focus. I need to drive, need to get far away, need to warn others. But as I reach for the ignition, I catch a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Have my movements always been this precise? Has my skin always had this waxy sheen? When was the last time I blinked? I look closer at my reflection, at the thing wearing my face, now smiling, and I begin to scream. The morning commute. I've been trying to write this down for 3 days now. My hands still shake when I think about it, but I need to document what happened while the details are fresh. Maybe someone can make sense of it, because I sure can't. I keep checking news sites and local forums, but there's nothing. Just the usual traffic reports and weather updates. It started last Wednesday. Nothing special about that morning. Just another dreary February commute. I remember being annoyed because my travel mug was leaking slightly, leaving little brown rings on my center console. The heat was blasting to fight off the 28-degree chill, making that plasticky new car smell more noticeable than usual in my recently leased Civic. I always take the back roads to avoid I-95 traffic. There's this stretch of Route 27 that winds through the woods for about 4 miles before connecting to the industrial park where I work. Usually I zone out on autopilot there, just following the gentle curves while my mind wanders to the day ahead. But something felt off that morning, even before anything actually happened. The first thing I noticed was the radio. I always listen to NPR during my morning drive. Helps me feel somewhat informed about the world. But around 7:45 a.m., right as I was entering that wooded stretch, the signal started cutting out. Not unusual for that area, but this was different. Between bursts of static, I could swear I heard what sounded like backward speech. Not garbled nonsense, but actual words being played in reverse. I tried changing stations, but they were all doing it. I switched the radio off, deciding to drive in silence rather than deal with the unsettling noise. That's when I noticed how quiet everything was. No wind in the trees, no birds. Even my engine seemed muffled, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the car. The morning fog was thicker than usual too, clinging to the road in a way that made the yellow lines look like they were floating. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't completely unusual for that stretch, but the time display caught my eye. 7:47 a.m. I distinctly remember because I had just checked it 2 minutes earlier when the radio started acting up. Still 7:47 a.m. I watched for another 30 seconds or so. Still 7:47 a.m. The seconds weren't moving. My rational brain kicked in. Obviously, the phone's frozen. Force restart it later. But my skin was starting to prickle. That animal instinct that tells you something's wrong before your conscious mind can process why. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, wanting to get through the woods and back to civilization. That's when I saw the first one. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the fog, a darker patch that seemed to be moving wrong. You know how fog usually drifts with the wind? This patch was moving perpendicular to the rest, like it was cutting through it. As I got closer, it resolved into what looked like a person walking alongside the road. Nothing inherently scary about that, except they were walking backwards, perfect fluid backward steps, like a video being rewound. And they were wearing what looked like business casual clothes. Slacks, button-up shirt, but the fabric was wrong. It rippled and shifted like static on an old TV, black and white pixels constantly rearranging themselves. I gripped the steering wheel harder, my knuckles going white. Just someone exercising in weird athletic wear, I told myself. One of those recovery suits with the electronic muscle stimulation or whatever. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't right. As I passed them, they turned their head to track my car. That's when my heart nearly stopped. Where their face should have been, there was just more static. Not blank skin, not a mask, but a void of shifting black and white pixels, like a TV tuned to a dead channel. I looked straight ahead, pressing the accelerator harder. Don't acknowledge it. You're tired, you're imagining things, just get to work. But in my peripheral vision, I could see more dark shapes emerging from the fog. 3, then 7, then dozens, all walking backwards along both sides of the road, all wearing those business casual clothes that weren't quite clothes, all turning their static-filled faces to watch my car pass. The air in the car felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My ears popped like I was changing altitude, and the engine noise became even more distant. The forest beyond the figures was wrong too. The trees looked like cardboard cutouts, flat and artificial. When I blinked, they seemed to shift position slightly, like a glitching video game trying to render a scene. I reached for my phone to try recording what I was seeing, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it between the seats. When I glanced down for a split second to grab it, I heard a sound that I still can't properly describe, like a dial-up modem screaming through a meat grinder, but deeper, more organic. I looked up and immediately slammed on the brakes.
No.
One of them was standing in the middle of the road facing my car, not walking backwards like the others, just standing perfectly still. It was closer than any of the others had been, close enough to see details I wish I hadn't noticed. Its clothes weren't just shifting patterns, they were flowing upwards, like water running in reverse, and there were gaps in it, places where the static cleared for a fraction of a second, showing something underneath that my brain refuses to properly process. Something geometric but non-Euclidean, folding in on itself in ways that shouldn't be possible. I sat there, engine idling, hands frozen on the wheel, staring at this thing through my windshield. It cocked its head at an angle that went slightly too far, like a bird but wrong. The static of its face started forming patterns, almost like it was trying to mimic my features. That's when I noticed the temperature display on my dashboard. 77.7 degrees. The same numbers kept flickering over and over, even though I could see my breath fogging in the freezing air. The clock read 7:47 a.m. The odometer was stuck on 7,177.7 miles. That's when I did something either very brave or very stupid. I laid on the horn. The sound came out distorted, stretched and warped like it was being played at quarter speed. But it had an effect. The figure in the road spasmed, its form glitching violently, and then it moved. Not stepped or walked, but moved, like a video file corrupting. One frame it was in the road, the next it was beside my car, hand pressed against my driver's side window. The static of its face pressed close to the glass, forming and reforming into almost recognizable patterns. Was it trying to communicate? Trying to get in? I didn't wait to find out. I slammed the accelerator and swerved around where it had been standing. My tires found purchase on the wet asphalt and I shot forward, engine finally roaring at its proper volume. In my rearview mirror, I could see all of them turning to watch me go. Their movements jerky and wrong, like stop-motion animation at too few frames per second. The fog began to thin. My phone suddenly chimed with a dozen delayed notifications. The radio burst back to life mid-sentence, some story about local council elections. The clock jumped to 8:15 a.m. The temperature reading settled back to a realistic 29 degrees. Everything was normal again. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, hands trembling so badly I could barely put the car in park. The morning commuters filling their tanks and buying coffee gave me odd looks. I must have seemed crazy, sitting there hyperventilating in my car. When I finally got my breathing under control, I checked my phone. The photos I tried to take were corrupted, just blocky digital artifacts and strange patterns. But I did find something else. In my podcast app's recently played history, there was an entry from 7:47 a.m. It's just 30 seconds of what sounds like white noise, but if you play it backwards and adjust the speed, it almost sounds like words. I uploaded it to my computer and ran it through some audio software, but I still can't make out what it's saying. I called out sick that day, drove home taking the interstate, even though it added 40 minutes to my journey. I've been taking that route ever since, even though it means leaving an hour earlier and sitting in traffic. Better than the alternative. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. I decided to do some research into that stretch of Route 27. Found some old forum posts and local news articles. Over the past decade, there have been an unusually high number of single-car accidents there, always between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. The police reports all read similarly. Driver lost control of vehicle. No obvious cause determined. Driver claimed mechanical malfunction, but no evidence found. And the victims? All commuters, all wearing business casual. I keep telling myself there must be a logical explanation. Bad cell reception and a frozen phone, fog playing tricks on my eyes, stress and an overactive imagination. But yesterday, I was reviewing some old work emails and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Every email I've ever sent between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. is corrupted. The text is replaced with strings of sevens and static characters. The timestamps are all stuck at 7:47 a.m. I have to drive to my sister's wedding next week. It's a 6-hour trip and I've mapped 3 different routes. They all intersect with Route 27 at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do, but if you're reading this and you commute through wooded areas in the early morning, do yourself a favor. Check your clock when the fog rolls in, and if it ever gets stuck at 7:47 a.m., don't stop driving. Don't look at the shapes in the mist, and whatever you do, don't honk your horn. They might just honk back. Who is on my bed? My story begins with a moment so ordinary that it feels like a cruel twist of fate to think how it all spiraled out of control. I've replayed it in my head countless times, dissecting every second, trying to pinpoint the exact moment when everything crossed into the inexplicable. But the truth is, it wasn't a moment. It was an unraveling, slow and deliberate, like a spider spinning its web around me. It was a late autumn evening, the kind where the chill nips at your face and the smell of wood smoke lingers in the air. My son, Ethan, was 7 at the time, a bright, curious boy who loved bedtime stories as much as he feared the dark. Every night, I would tuck him in, tell him a story, and kiss him goodnight. It was our ritual, and he clung to it with the stubbornness only children can muster. That night was no different, or so I thought. I pushed open his bedroom door, the faint creak breaking the stillness. The room was bathed in the soft glow of his bedside lamp, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Ethan was already under his blanket, his small frame a lump beneath the covers. He was smiling, but something about that smile, it wasn't right. It stretched too wide, too stiff, as if it were painted on. "You okay, buddy?" I asked, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. He nodded, the grin never faltering. "Daddy, check for monsters under my bed." I chuckled, a half-hearted attempt to mask my unease. It wasn't unusual for Ethan to have these little fears. Kids' imaginations run wild, and checking under the bed was as much a part of our routine as the bedtime story. I got down on my knees, the wooden floor cold against my skin. I lifted the edge of the blanket and peered into the darkness beneath the bed. And that's when I saw him. Ethan, my son, pale, wide-eyed and trembling. He stared back at me with an expression of pure terror. His voice was barely a whisper, but the words he spoke hit me like a sledgehammer. "Daddy, there's someone on my bed." For a moment, I froze, my brain unable to process what I was seeing, hearing. I glanced back at the bed, where the other Ethan, the thing pretending to be my son, still lay, grinning that awful grin. Everything after that moment is a blur of panic and disbelief. I grabbed the Ethan under the bed and pulled him into my arms, his little body trembling against mine. When I looked back at the bed, it was empty. The thing that had been lying there was gone, as if it had never been there at all. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I could chalk it up to a hallucination or some twisted trick of my imagination. But it wasn't. It was only the beginning. That night, Ethan slept in my bed, clinging to me like a lifeline. I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lights on and the bedroom door locked, my ears straining for any sound, my eyes darting to every shadow. The house felt different. It was as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting. The next morning, I searched Ethan's room from top to bottom. I checked the closet, the drawers, every nook and cranny where something could hide, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone or anything. And yet, the unease lingered, a constant presence just out of reach. In the days that followed, strange things began to happen. It started small, objects moving from where I'd left them, faint whispers in the dead of night, the sensation of being watched. Ethan grew quieter, more withdrawn. He wouldn't go into his room alone, and he refused to talk about what had happened that night. Then, one evening, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from Ethan's room. I crept down the hallway, my heart pounding with each step. The door was slightly ajar, the light inside flickering as if the bulb were struggling to stay alive. I pushed the door open and froze. Ethan was sitting on the floor, his back to me. He was humming a tune I didn't recognize, low and haunting. In front of him was a row of his toys, arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center of that circle was a single, charred handprint, burned into the wooden floor. When I called out to him, he didn't respond. I had to physically shake him to snap him out of whatever trance he was in. He looked up at me with tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling as he said, "I didn't do it, Daddy. They made me do it." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't want to know. I just wanted to get out of that house, to take my son and run. But where do you run when the thing you're fleeing isn't bound by walls or distance? I wish I could say I found the answer. I wish I could say we escaped. But the truth is, we're still here. The whispers haven't stopped. The shadows haven't left. And every night when I tuck Ethan into bed, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that something is waiting, just out of sight, wearing a smile that doesn't belong. I've tried everything. Priests, paranormal investigators, even moving to a new house. But it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's not tied to a place. It's tied to us, to Ethan. So now I'm writing this down, not as a cry for help, I've long since given up on that, but as a warning. If you ever hear that soft, rhythmic tapping in the dead of night, or see a smile that stretches too wide, don't look. Don't investigate, just run, and pray that it doesn't follow you. The portraits promise. The roses were dying again. I stood in the suffocating midnight air of the conservatory, watching their velvet petals curl and blacken before my eyes. 3 days. That's all they ever lasted in this house, no matter how tenderly I cared for them. The humid air pressed against my skin like a damp shroud as I touched one withering bloom, its once crimson petals crumbling beneath my fingertips. "Just like before," I whispered, my voice barely disturbing the thick silence. The words hung in the air, trapped by the stagnant atmosphere that had plagued Maison St. Clair since I'd arrived 6 weeks ago. Even now I couldn't quite believe I was here, that I'd inherited this sprawling plantation house from a grandmother I'd never met. The lawyer's letter had arrived on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, transforming my predictable Boston life with a few strokes of elegant script. As the last living descendant of Elizabeth St. Clair, those words had set everything in motion, drawing me inexorably south to this decaying testament to old money and older secrets. I pulled my hand back from the roses, wiping the dark residue on my thin cotton nightgown. The fabric clung uncomfortably to my skin, already damp with sweat despite the late hour. Through the conservatory's grimy windows, I could see the moon hanging low and bloated in the Louisiana sky, casting sickly shadows through the Spanish moss that draped the property's ancient oaks. The portrait watched me from the far wall, as it always did. Even here, among the dying flowers, I couldn't escape great-great-grandmother Elizabeth's painted gaze. Her likeness hung in every major room of the house, a peculiar insistence of the will that I hadn't questioned at first. Now, 6 weeks in, I was beginning to understand why the previous caretaker had lasted barely a month before fleeing. Elizabeth's eyes followed me everywhere, painted with such skill that they seemed to hold real depth, real judgment. In each portrait, she wore the same high-necked black dress, the same severe expression, and the same golden locket gleaming at her throat. The one detail that varied was the collection of blood-red roses she held, sometimes a full bouquet, sometimes a single bloom. In this particular painting, the roses were arranged in a silver vase beside her, their petals captured mid-wilt. "What are you trying to tell me?" I murmured, stepping closer to the portrait. The floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet, the sound oddly muffled by the dense air. A bead of sweat trickled down my spine as I studied Elizabeth's face. There was something in her expression that seemed different tonight, a slight curve to her lips that I hadn't noticed before, as if she were about to speak. The locket at her throat caught the moonlight, and I reached up instinctively to touch its twin, which hung cool and heavy against my own skin. Finding it among my grandmother's belongings had been the first strange coincidence in a house that seemed to manufacture them. Inside was a tiny daguerreotype of Elizabeth herself, mirror image to the portraits that surrounded me, down to the roses in her hand. A sudden draft stirred the air, the first movement I'd felt all night, carrying with it the sickly sweet scent of decay. The roses, I thought at first, but this smell was older, deeper, rising from somewhere beneath the floorboards. My stomach clenched as another wave of the odor washed over me. "Just the bayou," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. The words sounded hollow in the dense air. The temperature dropped suddenly, raising goosebumps along my arms. I wrapped them around myself, fingers clutching at my biceps as I watched my breath form visible clouds in the newly chilled air. The change was impossible. It had been stifling moments ago, yet I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. Behind me, a petal fell from one of the dying roses, its soft impact against the wooden floor somehow loud as a gunshot in the midnight silence. I spun toward the sound, heart thundering against my ribs. and found myself face to face with my own reflection in the conservatory windows. For a moment, in the darkness beyond the glass, I could have sworn I saw another face superimposed over mine, older, severe, wearing an expression of grim satisfaction. The locket at my throat grew suddenly, impossibly cold. I gasped, fingers flying to the metal that now felt like ice against my skin. As I touched it, the catch sprang open, something it had never done before, and a scrap of yellowed paper fluttered to the floor. My hands trembled as I bent to retrieve it, the ancient paper crackling beneath my fingers. The handwriting was faded but elegant, the same script I'd seen on documents throughout the house, Elizabeth's own hand. The message was brief, but its words sent a chill deeper than any cold draft through my body. Blood calls to blood, and debt calls to debt. The roses remember sweet Eleanor, and so must you. I looked up at the portrait, my breath catching in my throat. Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine, and this time I was certain her expression had changed. The slight smile had broadened, revealing teeth that gleamed too white, too sharp in the moonlight. The smell of decay grew stronger, rising through the floorboards like a physical presence. My head swam with it as memories began to surface, memories that couldn't possibly be mine, yet unfolded with the vivid clarity of lived experience. I saw Elizabeth in this very room, her black dress stark against the riot of roses that bloomed unnaturally red. She held a silver gardening knife in one gloved hand, its blade stained dark. "The price must be paid," she whispered to someone I couldn't see. "The roses must be fed." The vision hit me with such force that I staggered, catching myself against the wall. The painted Elizabeth's eyes bored into mine as more memories crashed through my mind, the sharp tang of blood mixing with the scent of roses, a body being dragged across these very floorboards, the roses blooming brilliant red, fed by something darker than water. "No," I stammered, pressing my hands to my temples. "These aren't my memories. They can't be." But even as I denied them, I knew they were true. They were Elizabeth's memories, passed down through blood and bone, waiting for the moment when the last St. Clair daughter would return home. The locket burned cold against my skin as another memory surfaced. Elizabeth standing before a fresh grave, roses scattered across the turned earth. "The bargain is sealed," she said to the night air. "My roses will bloom eternal, fed by the blood of the guilty, and when the debt comes due, my own blood will return to pay it." My legs gave out and I sank to the floor, the rotting boards soft beneath my knees. The smell of decay was overwhelming now, and as I watched in horror, dark liquid began to seep up through the cracks between the floorboards. It wasn't water. The liquid was too thick, too dark, and it carried the metallic tang of old blood. The roses suddenly straightened in their vases, their withered petals unfurling and flushing with unnatural life as they drank in the dark liquid. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile grew wider still, and I could have sworn I heard her voice, distant, yet crystal clear. "Welcome home, Eleanor. The roses have waited so long for fresh blood." I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The dark liquid had reached my knees, staining my white nightgown with spreading crimson blooms. The roses continued to revive, their petals now a red so deep it was almost black, and I understood with horrible clarity what Elizabeth had done, what she had promised, and what my return to Maison St. Clair really meant. "The debt must be paid," I heard myself say, but the voice that came from my throat wasn't entirely my own. My fingers moved without my volition to touch the locket, and I felt Elizabeth's memories settle into my mind like poison sinking into soil. The roses needed blood to bloom, had always needed blood, and Elizabeth had promised them an endless supply, sealed with the lives of those she judged guilty. But when her own sins grew too heavy, she'd made a new bargain. Her own bloodline would return, generation after generation, to pay the debt and keep the roses fed. I was the last of that bloodline. The roses had called me home. Through the windows I could see the moon hanging red and swollen in the sky, its light painting the conservatory in shades of blood and shadow. The portraits of Elizabeth that lined the walls seemed to pulse with inner light, and in each one her smile grew wider, her eyes more triumphant. The locket at my throat beat like a second heart, pumping Elizabeth's memories through my veins until I couldn't tell where her thoughts ended and mine began. I remembered the first killing, a man who cheated Elizabeth's family, whose blood had fed the first roses. I remembered the second, the third, the dozen that followed, each death justified by Elizabeth's twisted sense of justice. I remembered the moment she realized her own guilt outweighed those she'd judged, and the bargain she'd struck to protect herself. Her own bloodline would inherit both house and curse, drawn back to feed the roses until there was no one left to return. The dark liquid had reached my waist now, but I no longer felt the urge to escape it. Elizabeth's memories had taken root, her purpose becoming mine with each beat of the locket against my chest. The roses needed blood to bloom, and the St. Clair women had always provided it. That was our duty, our curse, our inheritance. I rose slowly to my feet, the bloodied fabric of my nightgown clinging to my skin. In the portrait, Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine with shared understanding. The silver gardening knife I'd seen in my vision, her vision, our vision, gleamed on a nearby table, its blade still sharp after all these years. The debt must be paid, I whispered, reaching for the knife. The roses watched with their blood-dark blooms, waiting for the next sacrifice. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile matched my own, and I knew with certainty that I would not be the last St. Clair daughter to answer the rose's call. The night stretched endless before me, thick with the smell of roses and blood, as I stepped out of the conservatory to begin my inherited work. The portraits of Elizabeth followed my progress through the house, their painted eyes alight with triumph, knowing that her bargain would be honored for at least one more generation. In the conservatory behind me, the roses bloomed impossibly red, drinking in the moonlight and waiting for the fresh blood that would keep them alive for another generation. And somewhere in the depths of my borrowed memories, I heard Elizabeth laugh. The midnight rounds. The first time I saw him was during the graveyard shift at St. Margaret's Hospital. I'd been working there for 6 years, long enough to know every doctor, nurse, and orderly by name, long enough to recognize the unique footsteps of my colleagues echoing through the sterile hallways at 3 a.m., long enough to know that what I witnessed that night shouldn't have been possible. I was doing my regular rounds in the terminal ward, checking on Mrs. Henderson in room 412. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and wasn't expected to make it through the week. As I approached her room, I heard her speaking to someone. Strange, given it was well past midnight and visitors weren't allowed at this hour. "Yes, doctor," her weak voice carried through the partially open door. "I understand. Thank you for explaining everything." I quickened my pace, wondering which doctor had broken protocol by visiting so late. As I reached for the door handle, a tall figure in a black coat stepped out. He carried an old-fashioned leather medical bag, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 1900s. Our eyes met for a brief moment, or rather, they would have, if I could see any eyes beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He nodded politely and walked past me, his footsteps completely silent on the linoleum floor. The air grew cold as he passed, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of something strange, formaldehyde mixed with dried roses and decay. I rushed into Mrs. Henderson's room expecting to find her distressed by the unauthorized visitor. Instead, she looked more peaceful than I'd seen her in weeks. A small smile played on her lips as she stared out the window at the full moon. "Mrs. Henderson? Are you all right? Who was that doctor?" She turned to me, her eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Oh, Sarah. He was so kind, explaining everything that's going to happen. I'm not scared anymore." "Which doctor was it?" I pressed, although a creeping suspicion told me I didn't want to know the answer. He didn't say his name, but he knew everything about my condition, even things I hadn't told anyone. She paused, her smile widening slightly. "He showed me what's waiting on the other side. It's beautiful, Sarah. So beautiful." Mrs. Henderson died at exactly midnight the next night. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the mysterious doctor was probably a specialist I hadn't met before, making a late-night exception for a terminal patient. I almost convinced myself to believe it too, until it happened again, and again, and again. Always the same figure in the black coat, always the same leather bag, always visiting patients exactly 24 hours before their death, never appearing on any security cameras, never signing any charts, never leaving any trace of his presence except for that lingering smell of formaldehyde and roses. I started keeping track after the third incident. In 6 months, I documented 47 visits, 47 deaths, all precisely at midnight the following day. Some were expected, terminal patients like Mrs. Henderson. Others were seemingly stable patients who suffered sudden complications, but the pattern never varied. I tried telling my supervisor, but she dismissed my concerns. I showed her my documentation, the impossibly precise timing of deaths following these visits. She suggested I was overworked and recommended I take some time off. I couldn't let it go. I started volunteering for extra night shifts, determined to confront this mysterious figure. I installed a small personal camera in my uniform button, hoping to capture evidence. I took detailed notes of every encounter, every patient conversation, searching for some pattern beyond the obvious connection to death. That's how I noticed something even stranger. The patients who received these visits never died alone. No matter how unexpected their death, no matter what time of night, someone was always with them in their final moments, usually a loved one who had a sudden urge to visit, or a nurse who felt inexplicably drawn to check on them at just the right time. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I met Dr. Marcus Chen, a new resident who actually listened to my story. Instead of suggesting I seek psychiatric help, he offered to help me investigate. Together, we dug through historical records of the hospital, looking for any mention of a doctor matching our mysterious visitor's description. We found something in the hospital's founding documents from 1887. A photograph of the original medical staff showed a tall figure standing slightly apart from the group. He wore a black coat and carried that same distinctive leather bag. The photograph was faded, but the man's face was eerily obscured, as if the photographic plate had been damaged precisely where his features should have been. The caption listed him as Dr. Jonathan Thaddeus Blake, head of palliative care. Further research revealed that Dr. Blake had been known for his unprecedented success in easing the suffering of terminal patients. According to hospital records, none of his patients died alone, and all reported peaceful, painless deaths. Dr. Blake himself had vanished without a trace in 1888, after a devastating hospital fire claimed 27 lives. His body was never found. The only item recovered from his office was his leather medical bag, untouched by the flames. But when the bag was opened, it was completely empty. I thought this discovery would help me make sense of what was happening. Instead, it only raised more questions. Was I seeing a ghost? Some kind of immortal being? Or was I slowly losing my grip on reality? The answer came on a quiet Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after I began my investigation. I was checking on Mr. Rodriguez in room 415 when I heard the now familiar sound of silence, that peculiar absence of sound that preceded the mysterious doctor's appearances. I turned, and there he stood in the doorway, leather bag in hand. But this time was different. This time, he spoke. Nurse Sarah Collins. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying none of the hollow eeriness I'd expected from a supernatural being. We need to discuss your interest in my work. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed at me to run. Who are you? What are you? He set his bag down and removed his hat. The face beneath was surprisingly human, elderly but distinguished, with kind eyes that held unfathomable depths of compassion and sorrow. I've had many names throughout the centuries, he said, but you know me as Dr. Blake. I've been watching you, Sarah. Your dedication to your patients, your determination to understand what's happening here. It reminds me of myself long ago. Are you Death? He smiled softly. No. Think of me more as a guide, a translator between worlds. I help ease the transition, ensure no one faces the ultimate journey alone. It's a calling I chose, just as you chose nursing. But why show yourself to me? Because it's time for someone else to carry on this work. The world needs more guides, Sarah. The position is unusual, but the benefits are eternal. He opened his bag, which seemed to contain nothing but endless darkness. Would you like to learn? I should have been terrified. I should have run away. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, drawn by a deep sense of rightness. All those nights watching patients suffer, wanting to do more to help them through their final moments. Perhaps this was the answer I'd been searching for all along. What would I have to do? His smile widened. Simply take my bag. The knowledge comes with it. But understand, Sarah, this is not a decision to make lightly. The role demands complete dedication. You'll walk between worlds, never fully belonging to either. You'll witness countless deaths, but you'll ensure none of them are truly alone. I reached for the bag, my hand trembling. Will I die? In a manner of speaking, the person you are now will cease to exist, but what you'll become is far more meaningful. As my fingers touched the worn leather handle, memories flooded my mind, thousands of deaths throughout history, all guided by the figure before me. I saw the true nature of his work, not just ensuring peaceful deaths, but maintaining the delicate balance between life and death itself. I understood then why he'd chosen me. My obsession with documenting his appearances hadn't been about proving his existence. It had been about proving to myself that death could be gentle, meaningful, even beautiful in its own way. I gripped the bag firmly and felt a profound transformation begin. My flesh became shadow. My bones became mist. and my soul expanded to encompass both the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. The last thing I saw as Sarah Collins was Dr. Blake's form dissolving into peaceful nothingness, his centuries of service finally complete. That was 3 years ago. Now I walk the halls of St. Margaret's Hospital every night, visiting those whose time draws near. I show them the peace that awaits, ensure they don't face their final moments alone, and help maintain the balance between worlds. Sometimes I catch newer nurses watching me with suspicious eyes, documenting my appearances just as I once did. I know that someday, one of them will be ready to take my place, just as I took Dr. Blake's. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet, something that still haunts me, even in my current form. Remember how I said Dr. Blake chose me because of my dedication to understanding death? That wasn't entirely true. You see, I've now inherited all of his memories, including the truth about how guides are chosen. We don't pick people who study death. We pick people who are marked for it. The night Dr. Blake first appeared to me, he wasn't there for any patient. He was there for me. I had a brain aneurysm, set to rupture at midnight the following day. I would have died alone in my apartment, undiscovered for days. Instead, he offered me a choice: accept my fate and pass on, or take up his mantle and use my borrowed time to help others through their final moments. I chose the latter, and in doing so became something both more and less than human. But here's the real twist, the part that truly terrifies me even now. Every person who takes this role is simply postponing their own death. We're all living on borrowed time, maintaining the balance by trading our services for a continuation of our existence. And someday, when I find my own replacement, someone else marked for death who has the right combination of compassion and curiosity, I'll finally have to face what I've been helping others navigate all these years. I wonder if I'll be as peaceful as my patients when that moment comes. I wonder if my replacement will show me the same gentle understanding I show others. I wonder if... Oh, I feel a pulling sensation. Someone needs me. Room 412, a new patient. Their time comes at midnight tomorrow. As I walk down the familiar hallway, leather bag in hand, I catch my reflection in a window. For a moment I see myself as others must see me, a tall figure in a black coat, face obscured by shadow, bringing with me the scent of formaldehyde and dried roses. I straighten my hat and enter the room. The patient looks up, frightened at first, but I know how to ease their fears. I've done this hundreds of times now. "Good evening," I say softly, setting my bag down. "We have much to discuss about your journey. After all, everyone deserves to understand what awaits them on the other side, even if some of us have to wait centuries to find out for ourselves. The new house. I should have known something was wrong the moment I first stepped into that basement. The air felt different down there, heavy, almost viscous, as if it was reluctant to let you move through it. But like a fool drunk on the prospect of finally owning my dream home, I ignored that first warning sign. We all did. The realtor had been suspiciously eager to close the deal, practically shoving the papers into our hands the moment we expressed interest. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, a sprawling backyard with mature oak trees, and all at a price that seemed too good to be true in this market. My wife Sarah kept saying exactly that. "It's too good to be true, Jack." But I convinced her we'd just gotten lucky. Some people win the lottery. We'd found our perfect home. Our daughter Emma fell in love with it immediately. At 7 years old, she had an uncanny ability to find hidden spaces that adults overlooked, declaring them her special places. The window seat in the library, the hollow beneath the stairs, the old treehouse in the backyard. She claimed them all within hours of our first viewing. But it was the basement she loved most, despite its musty smell and the way the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees the moment you descended those creaking wooden stairs. "The other kids want to play with me," she told us on our second night in the house, her voice carrying that dreamlike quality children sometimes get when they're half asleep. Sarah and I exchanged worried glances over her head. We'd moved here specifically because the neighborhood had so few children, hoping the quiet would help with Emma's night terrors. "What other kids, sweetie?" Sarah asked, tucking Emma's favorite stuffed rabbit closer to her chest. "The ones behind the door," Emma replied matter-of-factly, already drifting off to sleep. "They're always laughing." I blamed it on an overactive imagination, the stress of moving, the unfamiliarity of a new house with its strange creaks and settling sounds. But 3 days later, I heard it too. I was in the basement organizing our boxes of Christmas decorations. Sarah insisted they needed to be easily accessible even though it was only August, when the sound first reached my ears. It was faint, like wind through leaves, but unmistakable, children's laughter, high and clear and musical. I froze, my hand still gripping a tangled string of lights, and listened harder. The sound grew stronger, and with it came the sensation of being watched. The air grew colder, and the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling seemed to dim, its light becoming sickly and wan. The laughter was coming from behind the far wall, where a stack of moving boxes partially obscured the basement's rough concrete surface. I moved the boxes aside one by one, my hands trembling despite my attempts to rationalize what I was hearing. Behind them, I found something that shouldn't have existed. A door. It was old, far older than the rest of the house, made of thick wooden planks bound with black iron bands. The wood was dark with age, and the handle, a crude iron ring, was spotted with rust. But what struck me most was that this door wasn't on any of the house plans. I'd studied them extensively during the purchase, making sure everything was up to code. This door simply didn't exist. And yet here it was, solid and real beneath my shaking fingers, with the sound of children's laughter emanating from behind it. I called Sarah immediately. She came down while Emma was watching cartoons upstairs, her face paling as she heard the laughter too. "We need to open it," she whispered, though her eyes screamed that we should run instead. "We need to know what's behind it." The door was locked, of course. The local locksmith refused to come when I described it to him, mumbling something about his grandmother being ill. The next one simply hung up. Finally, I found someone 2 towns over who agreed to make the trip, though he charged triple his normal rate. He arrived on a Friday evening, just as the sun was setting. The moment he saw the door, he crossed himself, something I'd never seen anyone do outside of movies. "This isn't right," he muttered, his tools clattering in his trembling hands. "This door isn't supposed to be here." "Can you open it?" I asked, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. The laughter had been getting louder each night, and Emma had started sleepwalking, always heading toward the basement before we caught her. The locksmith worked for nearly an hour, his face growing paler and his hands shakier with each passing minute. The laughter seemed to mock his efforts, swelling and receding like waves on a beach. Finally, there was a click that seemed to echo through the entire house. "It's done," he said, already backing away. "But I wouldn't—" He didn't finish the sentence, just turned and fled up the stairs. I heard his truck's engine roar to life moments later. Sarah and I stood before the door, holding hands like frightened children. The laughter had stopped for the first time in days, replaced by an expectant silence that pressed against our eardrums. "Together?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, and we reached for the iron ring. The door opened with a groan that seemed to come from the earth itself, revealing a brick wall. Solid, mortared brick, not 6 inches behind the door frame. We stood there staring at it, disappointment and relief warring in my chest. Then the laughter started again, louder than ever before. It wasn't coming from behind the wall anymore. It was coming from everywhere, filling the basement with its manic chorus. And now we could hear words mixed in with the laughter. "You found us. You found us. Now you have to stay." The temperature plummeted. Our breath clouded in front of us, and frost began forming on the brick wall. As we watched in horror, handprints appeared in the frost, tiny handprints, like those of small children. They pressed outward, as if dozens of small hands were pushing against the other side of the wall. We ran upstairs and found Emma standing in the kitchen, her eyes wide and blank. "They're coming through," she said in a voice that wasn't quite her own. "They've been waiting so long to play." That was 3 weeks ago. The laughter hasn't stopped since then. It follows us through the house, day and night, growing louder and more insistent. The handprints appear on every mirror, every window, every surface that can hold frost. At night, we hear scratching in the walls, getting closer to breaking through. Emma talks to them now. We'll find her sitting in corners, giggling at nothing, having conversations with empty air. Sometimes objects move when we're not looking. Toys arrange themselves in circles. Doors open and close on their own. And yesterday, I found all our photos turned to face the wall. The brick wall is changing too. The mortar between the bricks is crumbling, turning to dust that drifts down like gray snow. Sometimes I think I can see movement in the gaps, tiny fingers poking through, testing their prison strength. The laughter gets louder whenever I notice this, as if they know I'm watching. Sarah wants to leave, but we can't. We've tried 3 times now. Each time we pack our bags and load the car, but when we try to drive away, we find ourselves turning back toward the house, compelled by some force we can't resist. The children's laughter follows us, no matter how far we drive. Last night, I woke to find Emma standing by our bed, her small figure silhouetted against the darkness. "They're almost here, Daddy," she said, her voice mixed with others. "They just need a little more time, a little more strength." She turned to look at me, and in the faint light from the window, I saw that her eyes were solid black, like holes in her face. "They need us to play with them, forever." The worst part is, I'm starting to hear other sounds mixing with the laughter now. Adult voices, familiar ones. Sarah's laugh is in there sometimes, high and clear, like it used to be before all this started. And yesterday, I caught myself laughing along with them, a sound that wasn't quite human anymore. The brick wall is barely holding now. Large chunks of mortar fall away each hour, and the gaps between the bricks are wide enough to see through. Sometimes I catch glimpses of what's on the other side, a darkness deeper than any I've ever known, filled with movement and the sound of small feet pattering on cold stone. They're getting closer. The laughter is so loud now that it drowns out all other sounds. Emma spends most of her time in the basement, sitting cross-legged in front of the door, having animated conversations with whatever lurks behind that crumbling wall. Sarah's eyes are starting to look like Emma's, darker, emptier, reflecting things I can't see. And I think I'm changing too. The laughter doesn't frighten me as much anymore. Sometimes I find myself smiling when I hear it, feeling an odd warmth in my chest despite the perpetual cold. Part of me wants to help them break through, to finally meet the children we've been hearing all these weeks. This morning, I found myself standing in front of the brick wall, my fingers tracing the crumbling mortar. The gaps are almost wide enough now. Behind the wall, I can hear them moving closer, their little hands scraping against the bricks. Their laughter is sweeter now, almost seductive, promising games and joy and eternal playtime. The world beyond our house seems less and less real with each passing day. The sunlight looks wrong, too bright and harsh compared to the soft darkness of the basement. Food tastes like ash in our mouths, but we don't feel hungry anymore. Sleep comes in brief, turbulent bursts, filled with dreams of small hands reaching for us, of rooms that shouldn't exist, and doors that lead to impossible places. Emma says they're teaching her new games that normal children couldn't play, games that change the rules of what's possible. Sometimes I see her floating a few inches above her bed, giggling as she spins slowly in the air. Sarah found her walking on the ceiling yesterday, her hair hanging down like a curtain of darkness, her black eyes shining with impossible light. The brick wall will fall soon. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. The children tell me it doesn't matter. Time doesn't work the same way where they are. They've been waiting for decades, centuries perhaps, for someone to open that door and give them the strength they needed. All those previous families, all those lost children, they're all still there, playing their eternal games in the darkness beyond the wall. I should be terrified. I should be fighting this with every ounce of strength I have. But the laughter has worked its way into my soul now, replacing my fear with a strange, giddy anticipation. Part of me knows that when the wall finally falls, we'll cease to be ourselves. We'll join the chorus of laughter that echoes through this house, become part of whatever darkness lurks behind that impossible door. But another part of me, growing stronger each day, whispers that maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe we'll be happy there, in that eternal playground where physics and reality are just suggestions, where every game lasts forever and no one ever has to grow up. The first brick just fell from the wall. I can see small pale hands reaching through the gap, their fingers impossibly long and delicate. Emma is bouncing with excitement, her feet no longer touching the ground. Sarah's smile is too wide now, stretching past the normal limits of her face. And me? I'm sitting here writing this down, trying to warn others away from this house, from that door, from the children who wait behind it. But my handwriting is changing as I write, becoming spidery and childlike. The pen keeps giggling in my hand. They're calling us now. The gap in the wall is wide enough to see their faces, or what passes for faces in that impossible darkness. Such wonderful games they have planned for us. Such marvelous toys they want to share. If you're reading this, stay away from this house. Don't be fooled by the perfect price, the spacious rooms, the beautiful yard. Don't open doors that shouldn't exist. But if you do, if you hear children laughing behind a wall, if you feel small hands tugging at your sleeve in the darkness, well, maybe we'll play together someday. Forever and ever and ever and ever and the price of memory. The first time I noticed something was wrong with my daughter. Emma was on a Tuesday morning in October, She was sitting at the kitchen table, methodically arranging her Cheerios into perfect concentric circles, when she looked up at me with those big brown eyes and asked, "Daddy, why do you keep calling me Emma?" I laughed, thinking it was some kind of game. "Because that's your name, silly." She shook her head slowly, her expression unnervingly serious for a 7-year-old. "No, it's not. My name is Sarah." That was the beginning. I dismissed it as a phase. Kids play pretend all the time, right? But over the next few weeks, Emma, or Sarah, or whoever she was becoming, started changing in ways that made my skin crawl. It started small. She refused to wear any of her clothes, claiming they weren't hers. She'd stare at her reflection in mirrors for hours, touching her face like she was trying to recognize herself. She stopped responding to Emma entirely. The worst part? She knew things she couldn't possibly know. One night I found her in the attic, sitting cross-legged in front of an old trunk I'd never seen before. She was holding a yellowed photograph from 1957. "That's me," she said, pointing to a little girl in a white dress standing next to a swing set. "And that's my house on Maple Street before the fire." My blood ran cold. We lived on Oak Drive, and our house had never had a swing set. But when I researched it later that night, my hands shaking as I typed, I discovered that in 1957, a house on Maple Street, just 3 blocks from ours, had burned down. A family of 4 had died in the fire. Their youngest daughter was named Sarah. The changes accelerated after that. Emma's handwriting transformed overnight into an elegant cursive that no second grader should know. She hummed songs from the 1950s that I'd never taught her. She spoke about things that happened decades before she was born with the vivid detail of personal memory. I took her to doctors, therapists, specialists. They ran tests, prescribed medications, suggested psychological evaluations. Nothing helped. With each passing day, my daughter seemed to fade away, replaced by something else. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of piano music drifting up from our living room. We didn't own a piano. Heart pounding, I crept downstairs, following the haunting melody of a song I didn't recognize. Emma sat at an ancient upright piano that definitely hadn't been there when I went to bed. Her small fingers danced across the yellowed keys with the skill of a seasoned musician. She wore a white nightgown I'd never seen before, her long dark hair falling in waves down her back. "Sarah?" I whispered, the name feeling foreign on my tongue. She stopped playing but didn't turn around. "You finally understand, don't you, Mr. Collins?" "My name isn't Collins. It's Martinez." "Where's Emma?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Emma's gone," she said simply. "She let me in and now she's gone. Children are so much more accepting of us than adults. They don't fight the transition like grown-ups do." "Us?" The word felt like ice in my mouth. She turned then, and I staggered backward. Her face was Emma's, but her eyes were ancient, filled with a darkness that no child's eyes should hold. "We're the ones who got interrupted," she said, her voice carrying an accent I couldn't place. "The ones who didn't get to finish. Some of us were taken by disease, others by accident, some by violence. But we all had one thing in common. We weren't done. We had so much left to do, to experience, to be." I wanted to run, to scream, to wake up from this nightmare, but I couldn't move. "Emma was perfect," she continued, running her fingers along the piano keys without pressing them. "So young, so full of potential. All that blank canvas, just waiting to be filled. She was lonely, you see. After her mother died, she felt incomplete. That's when I found her. The mention of Julie, my late wife, snapped me out of my paralysis. "What did you do to my daughter?" I demanded. Emma smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. "I didn't do anything she didn't allow. She welcomed me, just like the others welcomed us." "Others?" She gestured toward our front window. Outside, in the pre-dawn darkness, I saw lights on in houses up and down our street. And in every window there were children, dozens of them, all standing perfectly still, all staring toward our house, all wearing white. "You see, Mr. Collins," she said, turning back to the piano, "there are so many of us waiting, and so many lonely children willing to share their space. It's happening everywhere. A great restoration. A second chance for those of us who were interrupted." She began to play again, the same haunting melody. "You should be grateful," she said over the music. "Emma was chosen. She's special. And now she'll never be alone." I ran out of the house that night and never went back. I couldn't bear to see whatever was wearing my daughter's face, using her hands, living her life. The police found nothing wrong, of course. The piano had vanished. The other children denied standing in their windows. Parents insisted everything was normal. But it wasn't normal. Nothing would ever be normal again. That was 5 years ago. I've been tracking similar cases ever since. Children who suddenly change, who know things they shouldn't, who seem to become different people overnight. The pattern is always the same. A lonely child, usually one who's experienced loss or trauma, suddenly transformed. Their parents either accept the change, convince themselves nothing is wrong, or disappear. I've found hundreds of cases now all across the country. Some of the children speak languages they never learned. Others demonstrate skills they couldn't possibly have acquired. All of them insist they're someone else, someone who died long ago. Last week, I received an email from a woman in Seattle. Her 10-year-old son had started calling himself William and speaking with a British accent. He could suddenly play chess at a master level and talked about fighting in World War II. She was terrified. I warned her to run, to get as far away from him as she could, but she didn't listen. No one ever listens. Yesterday, I found her obituary online, apparent heart attack. Her son William has gone to live with relatives. Another interruption, another completion, and the numbers keep growing. I'm writing this now because people need to know. They need to understand what's happening to our children. The invasion isn't coming from above or below. It's coming from the past, from all the unfinished lives seeking completion. And our children, our precious, vulnerable children, are opening the door. Watch your children closely. Notice how they change. Listen to what they say. And if they start talking about who they used to be, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because by the time they start calling themselves by a different name, it's already too late. I know this because last night I saw Emma again. She was on the national news, a piano prodigy giving her first concert at Carnegie Hall. She still looks exactly like my daughter, but her eyes, those ancient, knowing eyes, they stared right through the camera, right at me. And she smiled. The reporter mentioned that she lives with her father, Michael Collins, a proud single dad who supported her remarkable talent from the beginning. He looks exactly like me, stands like me, even has my laugh. But his eyes are wrong too. They found me, you see. They found me because I knew too much, asked too many questions, and now someone else is living my life, raising my daughter who isn't my daughter, while I'm here, in this new body, writing this warning. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to remember who I really am. The old memories are fading, replaced by new ones that don't belong to me. Soon, I'll probably forget I ever had a daughter named Emma. I'll forget I was ever anyone else. But before that happens, I need you to understand something. This isn't a story. This isn't fiction. This is a warning. Look at your children. Really look at them. Are they still yours? Are you still you? And if you're reading this, Emma, Sarah, whoever you are now, I want you to know that I remember. I remember the way you used to laugh. I remember how you loved strawberry ice cream and hated green peppers. I remember how you used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. I remember you, Emma, the real you. I remember. Who am I again? The following was found scrawled on the back of the last page. Hello, Mr. Martinez. Or should I say, Mr. Thompson? Don't worry about Emma. She's happy now. We're all happy now. And soon everyone will be exactly who they were meant to be. Won't that be wonderful? Note from the editor. This manuscript was found in a rented room in Boston, Massachusetts. The tenant, who identified himself as James Thompson, had paid for 6 months in advance, but disappeared after just 3 weeks. The landlord reported that in the days before his disappearance, Thompson had covered the walls with hundreds of photographs of children, each labeled with 2 names and 2 dates of death. The police investigation found no evidence of foul play, and the case was closed. Thompson's current whereabouts are unknown. Interestingly, during the investigation, detectives discovered that Thompson's fingerprints matched those of a David Martinez, a man who had gone missing 5 years earlier after claiming his daughter had been replaced. Martinez's body was never found. The daughter in question, Emma Martinez, now performs internationally as a classical pianist under the name Sarah Collins. When asked about this manuscript, she smiled and said she had no comment. Her eyes, the interviewer noted, seemed much older than her 12 years. Sleep well, dear reader, and remember, children aren't the only ones who can be replaced. Epilogue. 3 days after this story was submitted for publication, the editor who received it resigned unexpectedly. Her replacement, a woman who bears a striking resemblance to her but insists they've never met, approved it for immediate release. The original editor's whereabouts are currently unknown. Her young daughter, however, has recently shown a remarkable aptitude for editorial work. She has her mother's eyes. Or does she? The collection. My sister Sarah was always the rational one between us. She had explanations for everything. The creaks in old houses were just settling foundations, shadows in corners were tricks of light, and strange noises at night were inevitably raccoons or the neighbor's cat. That's why what happened to her shook me so deeply. When someone that grounded starts to unravel, it makes you question everything you thought you knew about reality. It started with a phone call at 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday in late October. I remember checking the time because my first thought was that something had happened to our parents. But when I answered, Sarah's voice was different than I'd ever heard it, tight and thin, like she was trying to speak without moving her lips. "Jenny, are you awake?" she whispered, though she'd obviously woken me with the call. "I am now," I said, sitting up in bed. "What's wrong?" "I need you to come over. Please. I know it's late, but—" She broke off, and I heard a sharp intake of breath. Something's happening and I can't. I just need you here. Please. The tremor in her voice had me already reaching for clothes before she finished speaking. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Did you call the police? No! The word came out too loud, almost frantic. No police, just you. And Jenny, bring candles. As many as you can find. Candles? Sarah, what? Please, the power's out and I can't. I need light. Real light. From flame. She hung up before I could ask anything else. I threw on jeans and a sweater, grabbed my emergency kit with flashlights and batteries, and then, remembering her odd request, dug through my kitchen drawers until I found some half-used taper candles from last Christmas's dinner party. The whole time, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Sarah had always been my rock, the successful architect who approached everything with calm logic. Hearing real fear in her voice felt fundamentally wrong, like gravity suddenly working sideways. The streets were empty on the drive to her condo, wet with recent rain and reflecting the yellow streetlights. I kept checking my rearview mirror, though I couldn't have said what I was looking for. When I pulled into her complex, I noticed immediately that her building wasn't actually dark. Lights glowed in most windows, including hers on the 3rd floor. The power definitely wasn't out. I used my spare key to let myself in, calling her name softly as I entered. The condo was freezing, much colder than the October night outside. My breath clouded in front of me as I moved through her usually immaculate living room, now cluttered with open books and scattered papers. The air had a sharp mineral smell, like old pennies. Sarah? In here. Her voice came from the spare bedroom she used as a home office. When I pushed open the door, I found her sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, surrounded by a circle of lit tea lights. She didn't look up when I entered, just kept staring at something in her lap. A worn shoebox with familiar department store lettering faded on the sides. The power's not actually out, I said, stepping carefully around her candles. Want me to turn on the lights? She shook her head sharply. They don't work right anymore. The electrical light, it bends wrong, makes things look different than they are. Her fingers were white-knuckled where they gripped the shoebox. Did you bring candles? I held up my sad collection of old tapers. What's going on, Sarah? You're scaring me. Finally, she looked up at me. Her face was pale and drawn, dark circles under her eyes like bruises. I found something at work, in the Madison Project. The Madison Project, she'd mentioned it before, a historic renovation downtown her firm was handling, some old warehouse being converted into luxury apartments. What do you mean, found something? We were doing the initial walkthrough documenting the existing conditions. There was this space that didn't make sense, a room that shouldn't have been there based on the blueprints. She swallowed hard. It was small, maybe 8 by 10 feet. No windows, no obvious purpose. Just bare concrete walls and this. She tapped the shoebox, sitting in the exact center of the floor. And you just took it? I asked, lowering myself to sit across from her. I had to. The others couldn't see it, the room or the box. They walked right past the doorway like it wasn't there. I thought I was losing my mind at first, tried to point it out to my project manager, but his eyes just slid away, like there was something his brain refused to process. She drew a shaky breath. So I went back after everyone left. I told myself I just needed to prove it was real, take some photos, document it properly. But when I opened the door again, The room was different, smaller, and the box, it was closer to the door than before, like it had moved while no one was watching. A draft whispered through the room, making the candle flames dance. Sarah's face twitched at the movement of shadows. I should have left it there, but I couldn't stop thinking about it, about what would happen if the construction crew found it, not knowing what it was. So I took it home, thinking I'd figure out who it belonged to, where it came from. She laughed, a hollow sound. That was 4 days ago. I haven't slept since. What's in it? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Her hands tightened on the box. At first, I thought they were fake. You know those plastic novelty teeth you can buy at Halloween? But they're real. Human teeth. Hundreds of them. Adult and baby teeth, some still with bits of root attached. And they're active. Active? What does that mean? Instead of answering, she carefully lifted the lid. The mineral smell grew stronger, making my nose sting. Inside, yellowed teeth of all sizes were packed tightly together, filling the box nearly to the brim. As I stared, trying to process what I was seeing, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Tiny movements, like ripples through grain, as the teeth shifted against each other. They move more in the dark, Sarah said quietly, and they respond to things. Watch. She lifted one of my candles and slowly moved it to the left. As the light shifted, the teeth subtly rolled in that direction, like iron filings following a magnet. They follow the flame, but electronic light makes them agitated, aggressive. The first night, I had my desk lamp on while I was examining them, and they started vibrating, chattering against each other, getting faster and faster until... She pulled up her sleeve, revealing a series of small, crescent-shaped scars on her forearm. They jumped. Just a few at first, then more and more like popcorn kernels hitting the lid. I barely got the box closed in time. That's when I noticed the temperature drops. It gets colder the more active they are. And sometimes when it's really quiet, I can hear whispers, like hundreds of tiny voices speaking just below the threshold of hearing. I wanted to tell her she was sleep-deprived, imagining things, but I could see the teeth moving with my own eyes, rolling gently toward the candlelight, and the longer I looked, the more I noticed other strange details. How some seemed to have impossible angles and edges, how the shadows they cast didn't quite match their shapes. We need to get rid of it, I said firmly. Throw it away, bury it, whatever. Sarah shook her head. I tried, drove out to the state park, hiked way off the trail, and buried it deep. But when I got home, it was here on my desk. Tried throwing it in a dumpster across town. Same thing. Even tried burning it, but the flames just curved around it, like they were afraid to touch it. She looked up at me with bloodshot eyes. And now I think they're getting stronger. The whispers are getting clearer. Sometimes I catch words, fragments of sentences. They want something, Jenny. They're waiting for something. And I think... Her voice cracked. I think they're starting to affect my own teeth. She opened her mouth, and I had to stifle a gasp. Her teeth, normally straight from years of childhood braces, were subtly misaligned. Some seemed longer than they should be, others tilted at odd angles. As I watched in horror, I could have sworn I saw one of her molars shift slightly in its socket. Jesus, Sarah, we need to get you to a doctor. No. She grabbed my arm. No doctors, no authorities. I've been researching, trying to figure out what this is. I found references, Old stories about objects like this, collections of things that shouldn't be collected, gathered for purposes that human minds can't comprehend. If the wrong people find out about it, she shuddered. We have to contain it ourselves. The candles help. Fire is pure somehow, keeps them calm. But it's not enough anymore. They're getting stronger every night, and I can't stay awake forever. As if in response to her words, a stronger draft swept through the room, extinguishing several tea lights. Immediately, the temperature plunged. My fingers went numb with cold, and my breath came out in thick white clouds. From the shoebox came a sound like sand shifting, but with an underlying rhythm that was almost like language. Sarah's hands were shaking as she tried to relight the candles. "No, no," she muttered. "Not now. Please, not now." The remaining flames flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. In the sudden quiet, I could hear it clearly. Hundreds of tiny voices speaking in overlapping whispers, growing louder by the second. The shadows seemed to thicken, becoming almost solid around us. And beneath it all was a steady, rhythmic clicking, like thousands of teeth chattering in perfect synchronization. "Sarah?" I reached for where I'd last seen her, but my hand passed through empty, freezing air. "Sarah!" Her voice came from somewhere to my left, tight with panic. "The candles, Jenny! Light them, please! You have to!" The whispers rose to a fever pitch, drowning out her words. I fumbled with my lighter, hands trembling so badly I could barely work the flame. As soon as it caught, I saw Sarah sprawled on her back, hands clasped over her mouth, eyes wide with terror. The shoebox had tipped over. Teeth skittered across the hardwood floor like hail, moving with terrible purpose. They seemed different now, sharper, more numerous than before, with impossible geometries that hurt my eyes to look at. As I watched, frozen in horror, they began to flow together, merging and transforming into larger shapes that clicked and chattered as they moved. I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her to her feet. "Run!" We bolted from the room, slamming the door behind us. Through the wood, I could hear that awful clicking getting closer, accompanied by a sound like hundreds of tiny feet scuttling across the floor. Sarah fumbled with her car keys. "We have to go. Have to get out of here." But when she opened her mouth to speak, I saw that her teeth were moving, writhing in her gums like living things trying to escape. She saw my expression and reached up to touch her mouth. When her fingers came away, they were streaked with blood. The next few hours are fragmented in my memory. I remember somehow getting Sarah to the emergency room, babbling something about a fall, a dental accident. I remember the doctors' confused faces as they examined her, how they kept redoing x-rays because the images wouldn't come out clearly. And I remember Sarah's last words to me before they took her back for emergency surgery. "Don't let them find the box." I drove back to her condo as sunrise was turning the sky a sickly gray. The spare bedroom door was still closed. When I finally worked up the courage to open it, I found the room empty. No teeth, no box, just scattered candle stubs and Sarah's research papers. But the mineral smell lingered, and the temperature was still unnaturally cold. That was 3 weeks ago. Sarah is different now. The doctor said the surgery went well, but she had to have all her teeth removed. The dentures don't fit quite right, they say, though they can't explain why. She doesn't talk about what happened, doesn't seem to remember most of it. Sometimes I catch her running her tongue over her artificial teeth with an expression I can't read. I've been going through her research notes, trying to understand what she found. There are patterns emerging, similar stories scattered through history, always involving collections of things that shouldn't be collected, always with witnesses who either disappeared or changed fundamentally after their encounters. The locations vary, but they're always spaces that shouldn't exist, rooms that appear and disappear, doors that lead somewhere different each time they're opened. I haven't seen the box again, but I know it's still out there. Sometimes at night, I wake up to a familiar mineral smell and the sound of tiny whispers just below the threshold of hearing. My dentist says my teeth are fine, perfectly normal, but I catch glimpses sometimes in the mirror, moments where they don't look quite right, moments where they seem to move when I'm not watching directly. I keep candles with me now, all the time. Fire helps, just like Sarah said. Keeps the whispers at bay, keeps my teeth feeling solid and real in their sockets. But I can't help wondering, what happens when the candles burn out? What happens when the flame isn't enough anymore? And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder about that empty room in the Madison building. I wonder if it's still there, appearing and disappearing, waiting for someone else to find what was left behind. I wonder what's inside it now. Because the thing that terrifies me most, the thought that keeps me awake at night, is this. What if the box we found wasn't the only one? What if it was just the first? What if somewhere out there, in spaces that shouldn't exist, other collections are waiting to be discovered? Collections of fingers, of eyes, of tongues. I try not to think about it. I try to focus on taking care of Sarah, on keeping the candles lit, on pretending everything is normal. But late at night, when the shadows grow thick and the whispers start again, I find myself running my tongue over my teeth, counting them, making sure they're all still mine. And I wonder how long it will be before they're not. The night shift at Evergreen Memorial. The fluorescent lights in Evergreen Memorial's morgue had a peculiar way of humming. Not the steady drone you'd expect, but something more erratic, like Morse code transmitted by dying insects. I'd grown used to it over my 3 years working the night shift, just as I'd grown used to the other quirks of the job. The way the metal drawers contracted in the cold, making soft pinging sounds in the darkness, the faint chemical smell that never quite left my clothes, the knowledge that I spent my nights in the company of the dead. That night started like any other. I arrived at 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes early as always, to get my handover from Mike, the evening shift supervisor. The familiar routine helped keep the creeping unease at bay. Check the security system, sign the logbook, count the occupants. 3 tonight, Mike said, flipping through his clipboard. 2 from the hospital, natural causes. 1 from the county morgue, waiting on autopsy tomorrow morning. Nothing special. He yawned, already shrugging into his jacket. Everything's logged and tagged. Have a quiet one, James. I nodded, settling into my chair at the security desk. 3 bodies, an easy night. I'd had worse, like the time we had 14 after that bus crash, or the night of the apartment fire. Those nights the air felt thick with death, heavy with the weight of so many lives suddenly ended. But 3 was manageable, almost peaceful. The first few hours passed as they always did. I made my rounds every hour on the hour, checking the seals on the cold storage units, monitoring the temperature gauges, making sure everything was secure. The morgue was located in the basement of the hospital's east wing, accessible only by a single elevator and a rarely used stairwell. Most people didn't even know it existed. They preferred to imagine their loved ones simply disappeared after death. whisked away to some unseen place where the messy business of mortality was handled discreetly. It was during my 3 a.m. round that I first noticed something was off. The temperature in cold storage unit 4 was slightly higher than it should have been, 38 degrees Fahrenheit instead of the standard 35. Not enough to cause any problems, but unusual enough to note in the log. I made a mental note to have maintenance check the unit in the morning. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I might have imagined it, the soft scrape of metal on metal, like someone slowly opening one of the storage drawers. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on the temperature gauge. The sound didn't repeat. After 30 seconds of straining to hear anything beyond the usual ambient noise of the morgue, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just another of the building's many nocturnal voices. But when I turned to continue my rounds, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A single droplet of water on the floor, directly beneath storage unit 6. As I watched, another drop fell, joining the first. Condensation wasn't unusual in the morgue. The temperature difference between the storage units and the main room often caused it. But Unit 6 was empty. Had been empty all week, according to the logs. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The handle of Unit 6 was cold under my fingers as I pulled it open, dreading what I might find. Empty. Just as it should be. The stainless steel interior gleamed in my flashlight beam, completely dry. I shut the drawer, shaking my head at my own paranoia. 12 years working in morgues, and I was still jumping at shadows. I turned to head back to my desk, and that's when I saw it. A wet footprint on the floor. A single bare footprint, as if someone had stepped out of a shower, and it hadn't been there a moment ago. I swept my flashlight beam across the floor, following a trail of similar prints that led toward the main storage area. They were spaced oddly, too far apart for a normal stride, as if whatever had made them had been hopping, skipping. The logical part of my brain kicked in, trying to make sense of it. A leak in the ceiling, maybe, or someone playing a prank, though who would be sick enough to break into a morgue in the middle of the night just to leave wet footprints was beyond me. I followed the trail, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footprints led to storage unit 12, one of our 3 occupied units for the night. According to the log, it contained John Doe, 247, a drowning victim found in the lake 2 days ago, awaiting identification. The handle of Unit 12 was wet. I should have called security. Should have backed away, returned to my desk, and called for backup. That's what protocol demanded. That's what any sane person would have done. Instead, I pulled open the drawer. The body bag was unzipped, empty. A drop of water fell on my hand, and I looked up. He was on the ceiling. John Doe, number 247, naked and dripping, his waterlogged flesh pale as milk in the beam of my flashlight. He was crouched like a spider, hands and feet somehow adhering to the ceiling tiles, head twisted at an impossible angle to stare down at me with milky eyes. His mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should be able to open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that hadn't been there during his intake examination. A sound emerged, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no dead throat should have been able to produce. I brought friends. That's when I heard the other storage units beginning to open, one by one. The sound of metal on metal no longer soft but sharp and deliberate. And other sounds, wet sounds, slithering sounds, the pop and crack of rigor mortis giving way to impossible movement. I ran. God help me, I ran as fast as I could, abandoning my flashlight, abandoning everything except my desperate need to escape. I could hear them behind me, the splash of wet feet on concrete, the rustle of body bags, and that awful rushing water voice calling out, "Count them, James. Count your friends." I reached the security desk and slammed my hand down on the emergency alarm. Nothing happened. The power was out. How had I not noticed the power was out? Even the emergency lights were dark, leaving only the pale square of the basement window to illuminate the room. My phone, I needed to call for help. But when I pulled it from my pocket, the screen showed nothing but static, which seemed to move and shift as I watched, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like faces. The sounds were closer now. Something wet dragged itself across the floor behind my desk. Something else skittered across the ceiling, leaving damp trails in its wake. And from the darkness came that voice again. "Count them, James, one by one. But you might want to include yourself in the final tally." I felt something cold and wet wrap around my ankle. I woke up screaming in my chair at the security desk, morning sunlight streaming through the basement window. Mike was shaking my shoulder, looking concerned. "Bad dream?" he asked. "You were out cold when I came in. Must have been some night." I looked around wildly. Everything was normal. The power was on, the fluorescent lights humming their usual drone. No wet footprints, no open storage units, no dripping creatures from the lake. Yeah, I managed. Must have dozed off. Sorry. Mike shrugged. "No worries. Want to do the morning count before you head out?" I nodded, still shaky but determined to prove to myself it had all been a dream. We walked to the storage area together, Mike clipboard in hand. "Let's see," he said, checking his notes. "Should be 3 bodies, right? 2 natural causes, 1 drowning victim." I nodded again, not trusting myself to speak. We counted the occupied units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mike frowned. "That can't be right. Log shows 3. With trembling hands, I opened Unit 13, a unit that should have been empty. Should have been clean and dry and empty. Inside was a body bag, unzipped. Inside the bag was me, my skin pale and waterlogged, my mouth frozen in a scream that showed rows of needle-sharp teeth. And clutched in my dead hand was a note, written in my own handwriting. Final count. 4 bodies. The extra one is still warm. I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital 2 days later, they told me Mike had found me unconscious at my desk, soaking wet, with no memory of how I got that way. The security cameras had malfunctioned, showing nothing but static for my entire shift. The motion sensors recorded no movement except my regular rounds. And John Doe, number 247, never existed according to the records. No drowning victim had been brought in that week. In fact, there hadn't been a drowning in the county lake in over 20 years. I quit my job at Evergreen Memorial that day. Found work at a convenience store, where the only things that go bump in the night are teenagers trying to steal beer. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the store at 3 a.m., I catch myself counting things: inventory, customers, footprints, and sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear there's one more than there should be. The real horror started 3 days ago when I received a letter from Evergreen Memorial. They're renovating the morgue, and during the demolition of the old cold storage units, they found something in Unit 13. Something that, according to the laws of physics and biology, couldn't possibly exist. They found a body bag containing a perfect preserved corpse, despite the unit being powered down for months. A corpse with my face, my clothes, my ID badge. And in its hand was a note, written in handwriting identical to mine. Time for the morning count. Don't forget to include yourself, all of yourselves. We've been so looking forward to this reunion. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening. Because when I look in the mirror, I see teeth that seem a little sharper each day. And this morning, when I stepped out of the shower, my footprints on the bathroom floor seemed to stay wet for hours. I've started hearing that sound again, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no human throat should be able to produce. And every time I count my reflections in mirrors or windows, there seems to be one more than there should be. One more that smiles back at me with needle-sharp teeth. One more that blinks a moment too late. One more that whispers, "Don't forget to count yourself in the final tally." The worst part? I'm starting to think it was never about the morgue at all. The morgue was just where it found me, where it found us. And now it's spreading, one reflection at a time, one count at a time. So if you're reading this, do me a favor. Count the shadows in your room right now. Count them carefully. Then count them again. I bet there's one more than there should be. And it's probably smiling. My girlfriend talks in her sleep. Last night she told me where the bodies are. If I'm being honest, I ignored the warning signs. I mean, wouldn't you? Sharon was perfect, or at least she seemed perfect at the time. She's beautiful in that classic way that makes people stop and stare. Smart, too. She's got a dry sense of humor that could cut glass, and she knows exactly how to use it. We've been dating for 8 months now. And yeah, maybe it was a little fast, but everything just clicked. From our first date, I knew I wanted her in my life. She felt like the total package, someone I could actually see myself building a future with. Looking back, there were little things I should have paid more attention to. It started on our 4th date. We were sitting on her couch drinking wine when she brought it up. "I should probably warn you about something," she said, swirling her glass. I raised an eyebrow, already half in love with her. "Oh, what's that?" "I'm not the easiest person to sleep next to," she said. I laughed, thinking she was making a joke. "Don't worry. I've shared a bed with snorers before. I think I can handle it." She shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. "It's not just snoring. I talk in my sleep. Sometimes I move around well, I've even been known to slap people by accident." "Slap people, huh? Sounds like an occupational hazard," I teased. She gave me this look, half serious, half amused. "I'm just saying, it's happened before. If you decide to stick around, you've been warned." At the time, I didn't think much of it. It sounded harmless, even kind of cute. But looking back, yeah, I should have taken her more seriously. The first time I stayed over at her place, I was anticipating a slap in my sleep just so I could poke fun at her about it the next morning. But for the most part, that first night was uneventful. She tossed and turned a little, muttering what sounded like random gibberish. "Not the red one," and "Don't let it fall." I barely noticed. Over the next few weeks, her quirks started to come out more. One night I woke up to her hand smacking me squarely in the chest. "What the hell?" I mumbled, groggy and confused. Sharon was still asleep, her arm falling limp against the bed. The next morning, I brought it up over breakfast. "So, you hit me last night." She almost choked on her coffee, her eyes wide with mock horror. I did? Yup, full-on smack. Guess you were dreaming about fighting someone. She grinned, shaking her head. Maybe I was dreaming about Aaron. Aaron was her ex-husband. She didn't talk about him much, but from what I gathered, their divorce had been messy. The way she said his name, half joking, half bitter, made me wonder if there was more to the story. Still, I laughed it off. At the time, it didn't seem like a big deal. The warnings kept coming, however, in subtle ways I didn't recognize for what they were. A few weeks into staying over, Sharon brought it up again one night as we got into bed. I wasn't kidding about the sleep stuff, you know, she said. I know, I replied, pulling the covers over us. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's sort of adorable. Her smile faltered for just a second. Just don't freak out if I say something weird, okay? I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Sharon, it's no trouble, really. I think you're perfect, and nothing you say in your sleep is going to change that. She smiled again, but this time it didn't quite reach her eyes. At the time, I thought it was nothing. Now I wish I'd taken that moment more seriously. The first few weeks of staying at Sharon's place were normal enough. Sure, she moved a lot in her sleep, tossing, turning, even mumbling, but I figured it was just part of her quirky charm. But then her topics of conversation changed dramatically. At first, she'd say things like, "Put that down," or "Get the cat," harmless nonsense, and I'd laugh about it the next morning. But one night, about a month in, I woke up to something different. "It's under the oak tree," Sharon murmured, her voice low and steady. I blinked, groggy and confused. "Sharon." She didn't respond. Her body was still, her breathing slow and even. I sat up and leaned closer. "What's under the oak tree?" Nothing. She didn't say anything else, just rolled over and pulled the blanket tighter around herself. The next morning, over breakfast, I brought it up. "You said something weird in your sleep last night," I told her. Sharon raised an eyebrow, sipping her coffee. "Oh, yeah? What did I say?" "It was strange. You said, 'It's under the oak tree.'" She tilted her head, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking. "Huh, that's weird. Maybe it was about a treehouse or something." "Do you remember what you were dreaming about?" She shook her head. "Nope. My dreams are unbelievably random. You know how it is." I nodded, but her answer didn't sit right with me. There was something about the way she brushed it off, too casually, like she was trying to steer the conversation in another direction. A week later, I woke up to her pacing, circling the bed as if she was measuring the room. "Sharon?" I whispered, rubbing my eyes. She didn't answer. I reached for the bedside lamp, but as soon as I touched the switch, she stopped dead in her tracks. "Don't!" she said sharply. My hand froze. "Don't what?" She didn't respond. For a moment she just stood there, then climbed back into bed, her movements stiff and robotic. The next morning I kept it to myself. I wanted to ask her about what she'd said, but something told me not to. Things got worse after that. One night she sat straight up in bed and started muttering again. 2 miles from the highway," she said, her voice calm and steady. "It works better when the ground is wet." I didn't even try to wake her this time. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. When she finally rolled over and went quiet, I got up and went to the kitchen. My hands shook as I poured myself a glass of water. What the hell was going on? The breaking point came a few nights later. I woke up to Sharon sitting at the edge of the bed, her back to me. "I told you it wouldn't work," she whispered. I sat up slowly. "Sharon?" She didn't turn around. Her head tilted slightly, like she was listening to someone I couldn't see. "He said he'd take care of it, but he didn't. Now it's my problem." "Sharon, who are you talking to?" I asked. She didn't answer. Instead, she stood up and walked out of the bedroom. I didn't follow her. I just sat there, frozen, listening to her footsteps fade down the hall. When I woke up the next morning, she was already in the kitchen, humming to herself as she flipped pancakes. She looked up and smiled when she saw me. "Good morning," she said cheerfully. I forced a smile, but my stomach churned. I couldn't stop thinking about the things she'd said in her sleep. The night I realized something was really wrong started like any other. Sharon fell asleep quickly, curled up on her side, while I stayed awake scrolling on my phone. Everything seemed normal until I heard her voice. At first, I thought she was speaking to me. "I held his nose shut," she said. I froze. Her voice was low, cold, almost monotone. It didn't take long. He kicked for a while, but then he stopped. I turned to her. Sharon was still lying on her side, breathing slowly. "Sharon?" I whispered. She didn't respond. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Dragged him down the embankment. The soil was soft, perfect for digging. "What the hell?" I muttered under my breath. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. And the next morning I confronted her. "You were talking in your sleep again last night." Sharon glanced up from her coffee, looking amused. "Oh, no, really. What did I say this time? I hope it wasn't anything embarrassing." I hesitated. You said something about suffocating someone and digging a grave." She frowned. "That's weird. Maybe a nightmare about one of those crime shows I watch. You know how much Netflix I binge." She laughed, but it didn't feel genuine. "You don't remember what you were dreaming about?" I pressed. Sharon shook her head. "No, sorry. Honestly, Chris, I never remember any of my dreams." I nodded, but I suspected she wasn't telling me everything. A few nights later, I woke up to her voice again. "Max," she said. Her tone was calm, detached. I sat up in bed, my skin crawling. "He's behind the old barn," she continued. "The one with the blue door." The name was familiar. A young man named Max had gone missing years ago while on a camping trip. His case was still unsolved. The next morning I didn't bring it up. I didn't know how to. But I couldn't get the name or her words out of my head. I Googled Max's name on my phone. His disappearance had happened in the next county over. There was no mention in the reports of a barn or a blue door, but the other details Sharon had mentioned matched the description of the area where he'd last been seen. A few days later, I worked up the courage to suggest something to Sharon. She was grinning when I first approached. "Have you ever thought about doing a sleep study?" I asked carefully. Her smile faded. "Why would I do that, Chris?" "I don't know, just you've been saying some really strange things in your sleep. Maybe it's stress or something." "I'm fine," she said, shaking her head. "You're overthinking it." "What about recording it?" I said. "Just so you can hear it for yourself." Her expression darkened instantly. "No, absolutely not. That's a huge invasion of privacy." I wasn't trying to. If you ever record me without my permission, Chris, we're done. I mean it. Our eyes met, I nodded, and we went on with our day. Inside, however, my world was unraveling. That night, after she fell asleep, I couldn't help myself. I propped my phone under a pillow on her side of the bed and hit record. The next morning, while Sharon was in the shower, I played back the audio file. At first, it was just static. Then, around 2 a.m., her voice came through, clear as day. "Nina screamed too much," Sharon murmured. "Fast had to move fast. No mistakes." I froze. Nina. I knew her too. A teenager by that name had disappeared 5 years ago, and her case was still open. No, it couldn't be, I thought. This isn't impossible. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to know if what she was saying was true. That afternoon, I drove to one of the locations Sharon had described, a barn with a blue door. It wasn't far, about 20 minutes outside of town. I found it easily enough. The building was old and weathered, its door faded to a dull gray. Behind the barn was a small grove of trees. The soil beneath them looked disturbed, like someone had dug there recently. I told myself to leave, but I couldn't. I grabbed a nearby stick and started scraping at the dirt. I didn't have to dig for long. The smell, pungent and unmistakable, hit me first. Then I saw it, a torn, dirt-streaked patch of fabric clinging to what I could only describe as remains. I stumbled back. My head swam as I struggled to process what I was looking at. Sharon hadn't been dreaming. I couldn't stop myself. Every night after Sharon fell asleep, I set up my phone to record. And every morning, while she showered or made coffee, I reviewed what she'd said. It was always the same. She kept crying, so I had to do it fast. "It wasn't clean," she'd said. "She's in the quarry now. The water keeps her hidden." The names changed, but the pattern didn't. Every night Sharon whispered something chilling, something specific. "Beneath the roots, that's the trick," she'd won one night. "No one ever checks beneath the roots." Every morning, I woke up more terrified than the last. The audio files piled up, each one a piece of a horrifying puzzle. I couldn't deny it anymore. These weren't dreams. They were confessions. Sharon started to notice something was off. "You've been quiet lately," she said one morning, sliding a plate of scrambled eggs across the table. "Just tired," I muttered, avoiding her eyes. "You're always tired these days," she said, tilting her head. "Is something bothering you?" "No," I lied. "Nothing." She studied me for a moment, her gaze sharp and unblinking, and then smiled. "Okay." After that, I felt she watched me more closely, just waiting for me to slip up. One night she caught me. I thought she was asleep. I was sitting on the couch, headphones plugged into my phone, listening to the latest recording. I told him I'd take care of it, Sharon whispered in the recording. But he didn't listen. I had to clean up his mess. The sound of her voice made my skin crawl. "What are you doing, Chris?" I jumped, yanking the headphones out of my ears. Sharon was standing in the hallway, her arms crossed over her chest. "Nothing," I said quickly, locking my phone and shoving it into my pocket. Her eyes narrowed. "Were you just listening to something?" "No," I stammered. "I was just scrolling through Instagram." She didn't move. Her expression didn't change. She just stood there, staring at me. "Let me see your phone," she said finally. What? I said, laughing nervously. I said, give me your phone, Chris. Why? Because I think you're lying to me. I stood up, trying to keep my voice calm. Sharon, you're being ridiculous. Am I? She said, taking a step closer. You've been acting weird for weeks, avoiding me, locking your phone. What are you hiding? Nothing, I said. Why would you think I... Then let me see it, she said, cutting me off. No. The word came out sharper than I'd intended. Sharon's voice was cold and flat. You recorded me, didn't you? A wave of dread washed over me. I don't know what you're talking about. She took another step forward. While I was sleeping, you recorded me. Admit it. Sharon, I... Give me the phone, Chris. No. She lunged at me, her fingers clawing for my pocket. I stumbled back, trying to push her away, but she was relentless. Give it to me, she screamed, her voice echoing through the apartment. I twisted out of her grip and ran for the door. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands shook so badly that it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced back at the building. Sharon was standing at the window watching me. I didn't go back for my things, not even my phone. The next day, I logged into my cloud account from a public library computer. The recordings were gone. Sharon must have found a way to delete them. I sat there, staring at the empty folder. All the evidence, every scrap of proof, was gone. I didn't go to the police. I couldn't. What was I supposed to say? That my girlfriend confessed to a dozen murders in her sleep? That I found a body exactly where she said it would be? They'd laugh me out of the station. Or worse, they'd think I was involved. And without the recordings, I had nothing but my word. Instead, I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I drove straight to the next town over, checked into a cheap motel, and spent the rest of the night staring at the cracked ceiling, trying to figure out what the hell I was going to do. The next morning, I bought a new phone with cash. It was nothing fancy, just a basic model that could make calls and access my cloud account. Not that it mattered. The recordings had vanished. Every file I'd backed up had been erased. She'd found a way to delete them. For weeks, I stayed in the motel, keeping my head down and jumping at every sound outside my door. I just knew Sharon was out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. I avoided social media, too afraid she would use it to track me down. The only thing I kept up with was the news. Every morning I scrolled through local crime reports, praying I wouldn't see her name, or worse, hear that another body had been discovered. At first there was nothing. No missing persons or disappearances, no murders. For a moment, I let myself believe that maybe I'd scared her enough to stop. Then the killings started again. It was small things at first. A man found strangled in his home, a woman's body pulled from a lake. Both in neighboring counties, the circumstances eerily similar to the stories Sharon had whispered in her sleep. I told myself it was just a coincidence. It had to be. But then it got closer. A teenage girl went missing from my hometown. Her bike found abandoned on the side of the road just a mile from where I grew up. A week later, her body was discovered in a shallow grave beneath a grove of trees. I couldn't breathe when I saw the report. The site matched Sharon's description exactly. Beneath the roots, that's the trick. No one ever checks beneath the roots. It was her. It had to be. The breaking point came when the news reported another victim. My cousin, Riley. Riley and I weren't close, not anymore, but we'd grown up together. She was the kind of person who lit up every room she walked into, always smiling and laughing. When I saw her name on the news feed, I felt like the floor had been ripped out from under me. The reporter said she'd been found near the same grove where the teenager's body had been discovered. They didn't give any details, but I already knew what they weren't saying. I knew it was Sharon. For days I couldn't eat or sleep. All I could think about was Riley, how I could have stopped this if I'd done something sooner, if I'd gone to the police or told anyone about what Sharon had said. But I hadn't. I'd run away like a coward, and now Riley was dead. The guilt was suffocating. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but running away from Sharon has to be the worst. I thought leaving would save me. I thought it would keep her from finding out how much I knew. But the truth is, it didn't save Riley. It didn't save anyone. I can't keep this to myself anymore. I don't care if no one believes me or if people think I'm crazy. Even if it put a target on my back, I have to tell someone, have to do something. For days I've sat here trying to find the right words that might make someone believe me, words that might stop her. But the truth is, I don't think it matters anymore. Riley is dead, and it's my fault. I can't stop seeing her face on the news. I can't stop hearing my mom's voice on the phone, shaking as she told me what happened. I could have done something. I could have stopped Sharon, but I didn't. I ran. My hands are shaking, my head is pounding, and my chest feels tight, but I have to get it out. I just need someone to know. Her name is Sharon. She's smart, beautiful, perfect on the outside, and she's a murderer. She's confessed to everything, Max, Nina, all of them. She described how she did it, where she buried them. I thought it was just dreams at first. God, I wanted to believe it was just dreams. But I found one of them. I dug where she said to dig, and there he was. I tried running. I thought if I stayed quiet, she'd let me go. But the killings never stopped. I suppose I want someone to know the truth before she finds me, because she will. It's just a matter of time. There's a noise. I freeze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I hear the sound of glass breaking, of footsteps slow and steady coming from the kitchen. A wave of nausea overwhelms me. I grab the gun from my nightstand, my hands trembling so badly I nearly drop it. Oh God, she's here. I don't know if I'll make it out of this. If I disappear, you'll know why. If anyone finds this, please, don't let her get away with it.